Round 4 of the Sinquefield Cup, the Jewel of St. Louis. With 3 players tied for first and several others in the hunt, the best players in the world came into the game out for blood. Tail ender Ian Nepomniachtchi grabbed his chances when Hikaru Nakamura made a terrible blunder and the Russian player was able to finally pocket his first win of the event. It was a battle royale as Magnus Carlsen seemed to be dominating the position against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but a series of mistakes by the world champion allowed the Frenchman to collect the full points as well as jump into sole possession of first place. It's the day before the rest day, and the players will be going all out for victory. Round 5 action coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 5 of the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, the most exciting chess event of the year, held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Yesterday, we had a dramatic round. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, lost against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and proved that he is, after all, human. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the new leader, and today we're expecting a lot of fireworks on the board, because tomorrow is the free day, and we know these players love to enter the free day with a bang. Let's go to the studio and start the show with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice.
Thank you, Christian. I'm Jennifer Shahadi, and I'm here with Yasser Sarawan. And speaking of bangs, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave certainly ended last night with a bang.
Yes, he did, Jennifer. I'm delighted to be with you. Yesterday, Magnus was putting on his trademark victory. He always just squeezes blood out of stone in these final endgame positions. And just when he was putting on the finishing touches, he blundered, and it was a stunning turnaround. Really a dramatic result.
Indeed, Yasser. And what does this do to our standings? Let's take a look at where we are going into round 5, the midway point of the Sinquefield Cup. Well, the Frenchman, MVL, has 3 points, and he's in the clear lead here. Fabiano Caruana, actually, the only other player with a plus score in clear second. And a big tie for 3rd through 7th, which actually includes 3 of the former Sinquefield Cup champions.
Exactly, a new name at the top of the Sinquefield leaderboard. We've never had a repeat champion.
That's right, and so Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, and Levon Aronian, along with Fabi, still hoping to become the first 2-time Sinq Cup champion, but MVL has something to say about that. Let's take a look at our format as we approach the rest day. Well, it's a 10-player round robin, just like it has been for the last few years. And the time control is a little different. So instead of an increment starting from move 40, which we saw last year, we've got a 30-second delay for the entire game. So the difference here is that in an endgame with a slight edge, you can't just accumulate time.
By repeating moves and gaining time. Correct.
So the endgames are a little bit more frenetic, and we definitely saw some repercussions of that yesterday with that fascinating struggle between Magnus and MVL. And Maurice has more on the crucial moment in that game.
Well, as human beings, perfection is not our birthright. We simply make mistakes, but there are some of us who seem infallible, and sometimes we think that they are above the fray. But Magnus Carlsen proved that he is, in fact, not perfect either, as he shocked us yesterday with mistakes that really had us at a loss for words. That's right, and there he is reaching for the rook, and it is moved to G2. Whoa. But why would he play this move? And Bishop H3 is just, what did he overlook?
It's a
What
blunder.
has he overlooked?
It's a stone.
He's playing it like it's his main line. What has he done? Magnus has gone from winning to lost.
What?
This
Why?
move allows Bishop to E2.
Of course.
He's just forcing black to make good moves. Bishop E2, what is he do? What is his plan? What has just happened? It indeed seemed inexplicable, the mistakes that Magnus was making. Later, he pointed out that he did miss one variation, one line that he thought was good, turned out to be a mistake, and showed that, in fact, he doesn't see everything. Well, today, he's going to try to get back in stride as he is playing one of his future challengers, potentially, to his title, Grandmaster Wesley So, who's right now at 50%, joining Magnus. This is a rival people expect to see last for many, many years. But right now, it's round 5 of the Sinquefield Cup, and they will try to make strides and potentially rise up the leaderboard. But they will be chasing one man, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the pride of France, who is now standing sole atop the leaderboard. He's going to be playing one of his good buddies, Levon Aronian. These two are friends, but then they clash. It's about even, so we will see whether or not they continue their battles today, as it's a critical round 5 the day before the rest day. So they're going to give it all, not just these players, but every single player in the tournament, knowing that it's a critical round before they get a chance to rest, regroup, and make a run to the finish line. And this round will start in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Maurice. And we really have a packed house upstairs, Jennifer.
Oh, yes, absolutely. With this weekend in the Central West End and this beautiful chess tournament here at the Sinquefield Cup, everybody's coming out to see and also hoping to get some autographs from these players. But let's take a look at our complete round 5 pairings, Jasper, because in addition to this epic MBL Aronian battle that we have on tap, Wesley So, Carlsen, Nakamura Svidler is a really big one as well. I mean, yes. Nakamura is at -1, but this matchup always intrigues me because Nakamura famously has a poor record against Svidler, but yesterday Svidler said lately they've been going back and forth.
Exactly. And let's take a look at the prize fund for the tournament.
Well, the prize fund for the tournament is $300,000, and in addition to that, there are Grand Chess Tour points at stake, $75K and 13 Grand Chess Tour points if you win clear first, and 12 if it ends up being a tie for first and you win on playoff. So, for instance, if NVL and Magnus play in a playoff for first, the player who wins that playoff will get 12 points, right, and the player who loses will end up in second with 10 points.
Exactly.
So a lot at stake here at the Sinquefield Cup. And do you have any predictions going into this game, Yasser?
Just more drama. We have been treated marvelously well here at all the Sinquefield Cups. I don't know what it is about this particular event that brings out the beast in the players, but we have seen, while we've seen a lot of draws, we've seen incredibly combative draws, and look who's first at the board. Very unusual. Magnus in the past has made a habit of being slightly late for the game, but not in these last few rounds. He's coming early to the games to get himself in the right combative fighting mood.
That's right, and we see that even though he lost his game yesterday, he is still in the lead here.
For the Grand Chess Tour, yes.
That's right. Now, note that some of these standings might be slightly misleading because, for instance, Nakamura didn't play in, is only played in Paris, right? So
and not the Leuven event. So he's got the St. Louis Rhythm and Blues tournament.
So you also want to look at the events played as well as the total points tallied.
Exactly. But nonetheless, Magnus Carlsen winning both Paris and Leuven has put himself in the driver's seat. If he wins this tournament, he's virtually locked up the Grand Chess Tour points, Grand Chess Tour 2017. That was why, one of the reasons why MBL's victory yesterday was so good in a sense for the Grand Chess Tour to keep it competitive.
That's right, that it stays and keeps that drama. And speaking of drama quenching, last year, Wesley So won by such a massive margin that we were almost guaranteed going into London that he was going to win the Grand Chess Tour. So many things would have happened for him to lose that spot.
That's right. He needed an epic failure, and he didn't. In fact, he ended up winning that event as well.
Yes, and so this critical matchup between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, do you have any predictions for our openings, Yasser?
Whew, yeah, I was still reeling about the whole Grand Chess Tour and what yesterday's victory means. Drilling down into the game, I'm expecting a knight f3, c4 kind of English / Queen's Pawn opening. I don't expect an E2, E4 by Wesley today.
By the way,
Yes.
as we look in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that graphic we just put up has given me some thought to this idea that if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, as he shakes hands and they're about to begin the game, if he wins today, if he wins the Sinquefield Cup, both of them have played, both Paris and Leuven. If he wins this one, he'll have 31.
Yeah.
And Magnus, if he comes in second, which would be the best result beyond obviously first, then he'll have 35. So it'll be
Right.
35 to 31 with a race in London to see who wins. So and they will essentially separate themselves completely from the rest of the pack, right?
Yeah.
It'll just completely separate them, because even though Magnus is not playing Rapid and Blitz, neither is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They're both out of that. And someone like Nakamura, for example, could win the Rapid and Blitz. But if he doesn't show well here, he'll be way behind them. So Nakamura has to keep pace with his 8 points. Everybody else, though, looks like they're in a lot of trouble if they don't score very well. So Maxime could put a lock and make it only a two-horse race between him and Magnus, essentially, to win the whole thing.
Right, and by the way, I was dead wrong in my prediction of Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. Wesley, in fact, did open with the King Pawn, and we have Knight F3, Knight C6 on the board right now. Wesley debating whether or not to play the, pardon me, Joko Piano, the Scotch, or the Rui, and it looks like he's played the Scotch.
Well, that's a
with D2,
surprise.
D4. Yes. An opening that Gary reintroduced into modern chess, and today really it's Ian Nepo who also champions White's play in the Scotch. When you look at the opening of the Scotch, it makes perfect sense. It's a great opening line. After all, you opened up your bishop, you've already opened up this other bishop, you control the center, you've got 2 units versus 1. There's nothing not to like, except for the main lines, which run Knight F6, Knight takes C6, B takes C6, E5, Queen E7, Queen E2, and then you get this very chaotic position on the board where both queens seem to be in the way of their respective bishops on F8 and F1.
And the thing about this is it's a more strategic approach for White. So it's like a lot of times when you play E4, you want to have more of an aggressive and attacking position. And this is more like a strategic effort for White. And actually, Black often has a lead in development.
As you see, Maurice.
And yesterday, a caller called in, and he was ruining the fact that no one ever plays the perk. No one ever plays the perk at the top level. Well, caller, you have had your wish, Niachi, from your lips to his ears. And he has now played this move, G6, not frequently seen at this level of play. And Sergey said, we're going to play the most aggressive line with F4. On the board, Bishop G7, Bishop D3, a past favorite of Bobby Fischer himself. Yaz, I know you play this as well as Black, or at least used to play it. You must be excited to see them entering these waters.
Absolutely. This is the most challenging line, the so-called Austrian attack, the 3-pawn attack, with the pawn on F4, as the players have gone into one of the most exciting positions in the perk. I love it.
And we have we have a few tweets already coming in today, Yasser,
Yes.
including one from Tardier Svensson, who says that Carlsen, with 15 losses since January 2015, excluding final round losses, and that after a loss, he has struck back and scored a win 9 times out of 15. That's a pretty great stat.
It is. And a shout out. Thank you so much for providing that information. One of the things that we said in my time is you never wanted to play Garry Kasparov after he lost a game, because he was just so ferocious. He would come back after a loss and he would just clobber his opponent, like almost in anger and disgust. So we'll see how Magnus does bounce back.
Yeah.
By the way, a subplot, of course, we've spoken about it, it's been a thread throughout the tournament, is the ratings. Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, Vladimir Kramnik, all trying to be the top 2 rated players in the world outside of Magnus to qualify for the candidates. Now, another subplot is that thanks to Magnus's loss, he only has a 12-point rating gap over Fabi and just a few more rating points over this man, Wesley So. If Magnus were to have a bad result here in Sinquefield, that #1 rated position that he's held, I think, since 2011, and I'm sure our audience can help me out, 2011, is in jeopardy.
That's right. A couple things going the wrong way could cost Magnus that spot. But you know what? It still feels like he's playing the best chess. You know, yesterday it was, I would say it's almost unlucky because he was playing such a beautiful game, and he did make a couple mistakes in a row, but in such a massively complicated position, it was understandable, and I think he's still playing really fantastic chess. If you look at that win that he had over Karyakin, somehow I think he might lose. He might not win the Sinquefield Cup, but I feel like he's not going to lose that #1 rating spot in this tournament.
It's almost like the loss has an asterisk to it, losing from a winning position.
Well, Maxime, credit though for mixing it up. Most people don't get opportunities like that because the position's not crazy enough for Magnus to make such a huge error.
Exactly.
So even though you could say, well, Maxime was losing and he got lucky, as we say in poker, the luck favors the skilled, right?
Right.
And in this case, the skill of making it wild.
Exactly.
We also had a tweet coming in from international arbiter Chris Bird, which I'm sure you'll be loving to hear, Yasser. He says, "Happy wife, happy life."
Exactly.
Yasser should be golden today. And why is Yvette happy today, Yasser?
Because, of course, there was the European Championship for ladies in soccer, and Holland won 4-2 in the finals, and Leonard and Yvette were busily watching this morning that match from Europe.
So they're European champions now.
Yes.
All right.
European champions.
Very good. And is that true? Happy wife, happy life, Yasser?
Absolutely. You're right, Chris. I see you've got Yvette's.
Yeah, Yvette is also tweeting about that big victory as well.
Wonderful. Going back to the game between Wesley So and Magnus. Magnus borrowing a page from Tony Miles. Tony Miles, when he had black against the Scotch, he didn't want to enter the deep main lines of the Scotch, and he often threw in this bishop b4 check, and you think to yourself, well, why do you give this check after the move c2, c3, gaining a tempo on the bishop drops back? Well, the answer is you have to talk to this man on b1. The c3 square, the knight's best square, is now occupied by a pawn, and that's why you throw in this bishop check. However, with all due respect to the late, great Tony Miles, I'm not a really big fan of this choice of play. After knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop d3. It's funny, you kind of get those positions where with the knight f6, I'll play e5, and I don't have to worry about queen e2 and queen e7. The current idea is that these positions that arise from this type of play are even, but I tend to favor white in them. So to my mind, Wesley has made a very crafty and good opening choice.
So if you played e4, would you play the Scotch, or would you usually play the Roy Lopez? Would you consider this opening?
Yes, I would definitely consider the opening very much, the Scotch I mean, because I'm not going to outplay Magnus in the Rui, but in the Scotch I figure I got him a little bit in the not so comfortable comfort zone. Maurice.
Well, Yaz, this is a move you have never seen in your practice, I'm going to tell you right now, and Sergei Karyakin has thrown down one of the more mystifying opening moves that I've ever seen. And I'm just saying, without any hyperbole, in this position, after knight to c6, he has actually been in this position before. You could play the move e5 here. You could castle. Sergei played bishop to e2. This is after playing bishop to d3. I mean, just look at the opening. Bishop d3, castles, knight f3, knight c6, putting a little pressure on this pawn. To be sure, bishop back to e2. Can this possibly be good? It is not in the database at all, so it looks like a novelty. But what has he cooked up here, as it is clearly anti-classical principles anyway, of moving the same piece twice in the opening, just bringing the bishop back to e2. This is one of the deepest moves I've ever seen. He has an opening. Either it's deep or it's terrible. What's your take on this? You are a specialist in this line.
Mystifying is the word that now let's be very, very clear. If a 2800 hadn't played this move and you had a student who played bishop d3 and bishop e2, you'd be very upset. Haven't you been paying attention? Don't move the same piece twice in the opening. There must be some very, very deep ideas.
On E2, like E2,
right.
if my student had played like bishop C4 because they thought the D4 pawn was hanging somehow,
right,
but is really protected already by the knight. Bishop E2, dealing with his bishop G4 move, he has simply lost a full tempo to get this position, which, by the way, he could have gotten by just playing bishop E2 in the first place.
Exactly. So mystifying. We will have to see. The only retrograde analysis is sort of like the only way you can justify the move bishop d3 to e2 is by suggesting in a logical chain of thought that black has misplaced his knight on c6, right. That he stepped in front of the c5 pawn. But I don't see it that way at all. I'll have to see what Sergei had in mind with this very unexpected move, bishop e2.
And we have our first caller of the day,
yes, please.
And he's calling in from India, and it's almost midnight.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
My name is Raman. I'm calling from India. I have a couple of questions actually. First of all, you are doing a great job by commenting on it. The nuances you are showing in the opening and in the precisions you are explaining with the precision. That's really good to hear. I mean, a guy like me it's really like giving a valuable knowledge for free. And here comes my question. How to understand the computer evaluation? Like when it says plus 3.8, I know it's advantage, but I mean from there how to understand and like something that how can I understand and can interpret the meaning or hidden process like that. And also, can you guys ask the middle game books that the grandmasters are reading, like you asked the endgame books? And in the same way, can you also please ask the middle game books what they like or they are reading, something like that? Thank you, guys. These are my questions. And really, you're doing a great job. Please continue the job. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand the caller was very intrigued by our question about the Endgames books and asking the players what Endgame books they favored, but he'd also like to know what middle game books had been favored. But also he was asking about computer
very
valuations.
Interesting about how you interpret them as a human, especially he was asking if it says 3.8 plus 3.8, what does that mean?
Right. Well, okay.
3.8 is a whole piece. That means somebody's getting spanked.
Right.
But 0.38, on the other hand, is different. And the reality is that those kind of evaluations, strong players take with a bit of a grain of salt. It just means that the engine feels that the chances are better for one side, and it may be only a little better. I think that most players only generalize. The caller should realize it's not something that they break down and say, well, if it's 0.38, it means that I have the advantage of the two bishops, and if it's 0.58, I have a weak square. It's not that specific. It's a complete compilation of all the variables that the computer is crunching that's been given to it that says this is a better factor, whether it's a well-placed piece, safer king, pawn structure, and the rest. It takes everything into account, crunches everything, and then finally says, from all of this, I think that the chances are slightly better for this side or a lot better for one side or a lot worse. Once it gets past 1, it's saying that virtually all the advantages, if it's not material, are adding up so rapidly that it's virtually worth a pawn, and so on. Once you get beyond there, it's just a winning position. So it's not that specific, caller. It's not something where you can point to and say, these are the things that this number means. Players really just want to make sure when they're working with the engine, they see its generalized assessment and also what move it wants to tell them to play. Like what move does it suggest in the position? And I think that's really all the strongest players want from computers.
And also just one other important thing to point out. I remember very specifically here in a Sinquefield Cup, Magnus had 2 extra pawns in a rook ending that Levon Aronian was defending, and it was a dead draw. And the players eventually agreed in a to a draw in a position the computer was out evaluating as 3.1 or something, and our audience was shocked that it was a draw, when in fact the position was just a fortress. So also do take it with a grain of salt. But we have another caller, this time from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, we got a very international vibe here today so far at the Sinquefield.
Hello. Hello, welcome to the show. Hello.
Hello, how are you doing, yes, sir?
I am fine. Please tell us your name.
I've actually bought a lot of books of you. I've seen a lot of your books, and it's quite interesting.
Thank you.
I have 3 questions for you and Maurice. I'm actually a 1700 player, and I'm wondering how long will it take for me to be a grandmaster? That's my first question. And my second question is, why is it Maurice the only black grandmaster in the world?
No.
And my last question is it actually possible to have a full-time job and be a grandmaster at the same time?
All right. Well, thank you very much for your questions. The first one, Maurice, you were the first black grandmaster. It was certainly not the only one.
No, caller's mistaken there. Have been at least a couple since me, Pontus Carlson of Sweden as well, and also Amonsu Matoe of Zambia are also grandmasters. Kenny Solomon of South Africa has fulfilled his norm requirements, so he's still, I believe, working on his rating requirements. So no, I'm not the only one. That is for sure. And as far as when you're going to become a grandmaster, well, if we could answer that question,
right,
man, well, we'd be golden. We'd be making bank, because no one knows. It's all on the player himself and how much time he spends working on the game.
Absolutely.
And I believe there was a third question, which was...
Sorry, there was a third question.
Yeah, but I think that one and something about how you become a grandmaster. I can't remember the third one, but guys, try to keep it to one or two questions.
Exactly.
One question, ideally, especially in the first time control.
Indeed.
And I'm still waiting for our first female caller of the Sinquefield Cup. It's crazy. We've gotten so many calls every day, but still haven't gotten a female caller. So I know some women are out there listening.
That's really, really surprising.
Oh, well, the third question was, can you have a full-time job and be a grandmaster
yes.
as well? And
we had that question earlier.
We had that question.
Yeah.
I think you become a grandmaster, then you go get a job.
Yeah, exactly.
Because trying to have a full-time job and become a grandmaster is rough.
Right.
It's rough. I was working, coaching chess and doing commentary and the like, and I had to stop all of it and just focus on getting my grandmaster title. I did that in 1997 when I just stopped, and I said, that's it. And I just worked, and then a year and a half later, I got my title. So it's very hard. It's just such a gargantuan task to try to become a grandmaster and have a full-time job, especially when you have to compete against players, these modern grandmasters, who all they do is live, breathe, eat, sleep chess. It's tough to try to do both.
Yeah. To my mind, one of the most remarkable stories in the world of chess was actually that of Dr. Max Erva. He had a full-time job as a mathematics teacher, and while he was playing Alexander Alekhine for the World Chess Championship, in the early mornings he went to school and gave lessons, then got on the train and studied chess on his way to his matches with Alekhine, and he became the world champion, which is just incredible. Today it's unthinkable that you could become a world champion and have a full-time job.
Although, you know, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's leading the Sinquefield Cup right now, actually has an advanced degree in mathematics, as I understand. So, you know, we can start throwing him some math questions in the interview too. I'm sure he'll love that.
Right. Well,
that must be the most annoying thing ever, right? Like, if you studied math and somebody says what's like 33 times 25,
suddenly gets the
it's
answer.
kind of like the chess equivalent of somebody being like, hey, you know, I had this game against my grandpa. Yeah.
Right. There you go. Because I'm a modern player, because I like the Perk defense, I'm really drawn my attention to the game between Sergei and Ian in this move, Bishop E2. After Bishop G4, I'm really trying to think, or I'm trying to justify, if you will, the move Bishop E2. And the only way I can justify it to myself is that Sergei should follow up with the move e4, e5. Why would that in some measure justify the bishop being on e2? Because remember, white has lured black into developing his knight on the c6 square, preventing him from countering the center with the usual c7, c5 types of moves. And after e5, if there was a trade and if there was a knight d5, for example, I could play the move h3, takes, and try to force a position where I've won the two bishops and I've got, quote, a secure center. Obviously, f7, f6 is going to be on black's agenda to break up this chain of pawns, but otherwise I really don't understand the move bishop e2, and I'm mystified other than that. Maurice.
Well, looking at the database and trying to get a transpositional line, Yaz, so that this can somehow make some sense, I got to the position, I said, well, what if white had castled immediately, which is the most natural-looking move other than e5, which is so hyper-aggressive. If he had castled and bishop g4 were on the board, what does white do here? Well, in this position, white has played the move e5 792 times. e5 right at this moment attacking the knight. Then there's bishop e3 defending the pawn. There's knight e2 also defending the pawn. And then the next move that comes down is this move, forgive me, bishop to e2. It's the move I'm looking for. It looks like I've angered the program. But in this position, there we go, bishop to e2 has been played 32 times. So facing this exact situation after castles, white has decided to play bishop e2 and guard this pawn the same way. So now, to me, bishop e3 looks much more natural than bishop to e2 as a move. Certainly, e5 is aggressive, but if you don't know the position, you probably just develop your bishop to e3 and continue the game. But bishop e2 has been seen before in this exact position, which means that if white wants to get into those lines, he can simply castle, and then he will not be an independent variation. He will not be in an independent variation anymore. He'll be in something that has been played at least 32 times. Not as popular as the other moves, of course, but still, nevertheless, it's not like he's completely in foreign territory. Now he's played actually bishop to e3, which again, we're talking transpositional possibilities. Looks like he's going into some other kind of country here, but I can't say I'm impressed. Bishop d3, bishop e2. He's still losing a tempo, down a tempo by playing bishop to d3, bishop to e2. So can you justify it? I really cannot see how.
Mystifying, definitely. But interesting to note that castles would have been transposed into a position that has, as you said, Maurice, been seen 30 times in the database. After bishop e3, the choice.
But note that castles transposes, but a tempo down. Because you play bishop d3. Oh, no, it's the same tempo. Sorry, my fault. Yeah. No, castles and bishop e2, so it's still the same tempo.
A straight transposition.
Right, so bishop e3 is still going into different territory. You could have put the bishop on e3. It's even less logical to play bishop e3, to play bishop d2, bishop d3 to e2 after you play bishop e3. It seems much more sensible to put the bishop on e3.
Right.
With the move castles.
So, and here, the most challenging and frequently seen type of move would be e5 here for black. Now we would take on e5, take on e5, d5, we would take on f3, take on f3, and most people would just be very happy with black's position with the knight on d4. You can't take twice on d4 because you'll be walking into a very, very nasty discovered attack trick. Knight takes e4, attacking the queen. That bishop on g7 nicely in ambush, and you cannot pick up the knight because you'll be walking into a pin on the e-file. So e7, e5 would be a standard fare, but again, these 2,800 guys in Sergei, they don't mess up their openings like this. There's something here that Sergei has looked at. Maurice.
Bishop f3 is on the board. Now, I'd like to point out, the bishop e3 could have also been played, right? So we get bishop e3, bishop to g4. This is a line, bishop to e3, bishop g4. Now, bishop e3 by itself, instead of bishop to g4, knight g4 was also possible. So if he had played bishop e3, he might have faced knight g4. But instead he played this move, bishop to e2. And now with the bishop on g4, there's no knight g4 possible to chase his bishop. But to justify this particular logic, you'd have to play bishop e2 now, which no one, and there I go again, which no one would want to play. And looking at the database, I found a lot of moves in this position. There's only one game where someone played bishop e2, and that player was rated 1,075. So for a 2,800 player to decide on all the moves on the list that he's going to go to the very bottom and find bishop e2 where a player who's rated 1,000 played. And that is stunning, some stunning preparation and amazing openness of mind to actually explore the bottom of the bottom on the list of moves, and to respect. Well, got to give much respect to our players who are rated 1,000.
Yeah, we got a lot of listeners, I'm sure,
yeah, but,
in that range.
But for a 2,800 to be copying a player of that level, that is amazing. And Jan is not impressed. Jan is just, I'm just going to keep playing chess moves. But they are definitely, it's definitely a tempo for Black. And Black has now taken on f3 that trade of bishop takes knight. We talk about this trade a lot, and it was not forced. He could have played another move, that's for sure. It was not forced. So he's decided that this is a fantastic line. If he trades on f3, his argument is that he's giving away his light square bishop for a piece that can control dark squares, that is a knight. He will have 3 pieces that can control dark squares, both his knight and his bishop, and white will be stuck with a light square piece. That's his argument, which means the assaults for Black will take place on dark squares. No question about it. Yaz, e5 has got to be Black's next move.
Exactly.
To try to prove that he has dark square dominance after bishop takes. We should expect to see e5 in a blink of an eye. And there it is, e5. Once he made this trade, bishop takes knight. I mean, it doesn't matter how unusual this position is. Strategically, he's telling us the direction he was going in, that he was going to control dark squares where white's bishop on f3 may potentially be an anemic piece. And you've got to feel like Black must be fine here.
Yes, well, again, the loss of tempo, and sorry that we were really focused on that game, but it's so rare at the highest levels that players break these cardinal rules that we always like. Well, rules are strong. Cardinal guides. Don't move the same piece twice.
Now moving on to this key game for the top of the standings between
NBL.
Maxime and Levon.
Yes, okay. We've actually seen Levon play this exact opening before, earlier in the tournament. Joko Piano.
And he also played this opening against Maxime in London in a game that Maxime won.
They're repeating from their
Except
previous.
it was a little different because Black had an early d5 in that game. So this becoming more closed position.
Right, and we've seen Peter Svidler also play, along with Levon, this early b7, b5 advance, which is kind of curious. Like, you play a4, you know, reasonably expecting that you're putting the kibosh on b5, and Black challenges it anyway with the move b5. Now, of course, this rook on a1, we've pointed this out in previous, you can't just, well, capture twice on b5 because there's a discovered check, and the rook on a1 attacks the knight on b1. You can capture this knight on c6, but I'll capture the knight on b1, and I'll be material ahead.
Yeah.
So that was why we saw MVL drop back with his bishop, b4, a5, rook b8, knight d2, and the players are playing a very, very topical theoretical position. Maurice, back to you.
Continuing this game, I mean, it's obviously a stunning game to see, a stunning move to see a top grandmaster play this, developing bishop d3, bishop e2. We're all surprised by it. The game has proceeded apace after e5, fe5, de5, d5, knight d4. It looks like a pawn sacrifice, but it's not. You don't want to take this pawn, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, because that runs immediately into knight takes on e4, a discovery on the queen straight through to this diagonal. Of course, queen takes shows the folly of having the king still stuck in the middle of the board, as rook e8 would pocket material. So knight d4, it's just a solid, strong move by Black, and now white can simply castle, but white's going to have to deal with the fact that this knight is just a powerhouse forever. Black has maneuvers like knight to e8, knight to d6, putting everything on dark squares, showing that his position is just super hyper solid and nothing to worry about. It looks like the opening experiment has indeed failed for Karyakin.
Well, thank you, Maurice, and for confirming that knight d4, bishop takes d4 is not a good pawn sacrifice to grab. Jennifer, you were mentioning in the game between MVL and Levon that they've played this variation before, but that Levon had played it with an early d6, d5, not exactly as they played it.
But also an Italian game with Maxime trying to avoid what you called the forced draw of the Marshal.
Yes.
No, that was Alejandro actually. He said the Marshal is always a draw.
Forced draw. Well, that was Dr. John Nunn back in the 1980s told me exactly the same thing.
That one way or the other, it always ends up in a draw.
The Marshal was a forced draw. The Marshal Gambit, of course, I'm talking about. So we have this very topical position where Black has got this early advance along the B file. He's put his rook on B8, his bishop on A7, screaming down the board towards White's king. Now, as we've seen in many similar positions, White is usually aspiring to play D3, D4, grabbing some space in the center. And now that White's knight is already on F1, not heading to the C4 square, it almost implies to me that White wants to play knight G3 and play for some kind of a king side attack, even at the potential cost of this A5 pawn. Like that's the A5 pawn is being dangled. There is a kind of a bait for Black to go get as White plays knight G3, D4, and builds up a kingside attack.
Hey, you just gave like 3 ideas for White. What about for Black?
Well, Black's idea, conversely, is to continue his play down the B file. He will in the future want to play B takes C3, B takes C3. He is aspiring for rook B5 in certain positions, as well as D6, D5.
Right,
D5 in the center.
D5 is always a big move here. Of course, you do have to watch out for the E5 pawn.
Right.
But, yeah, very, very rich Roy Lopez struggle on tap here in this critical game for the standings. Meanwhile, we have a phone call from Maryland.
All right. Hello, and welcome to the show.
Hi, Yasser. Hi, guys. I'm a first-time caller from Maryland. My name is Neil. And I wanted to call in for the first time because in the game with Carlson, he's playing a line with bishop e4, and I distinctly remember I was playing in the last round of the Maryland Championship, and if I would have won, I would have qualified for Danker. And I lost that game, and I distinctly remember that. I'm just surprised that Magnus played that line. And what happened in that game was simply that I got an isolated e-pawn because of how fast the development was happening for Black when he plays this line, and my knight on B1 was quite in trouble. So my question really is, is there any openings you actually see an e-pawn that's isolated? And I remember in that game I was quite tired because, as like in other scholastic tournaments, games kind of go on back to back rather than one a day. So how would you say to younger players, how do you recuperate between rounds that happen continuously rather than one round a day?
Well, thank you for your question, caller. One of the things that is rather unique, I think, about American chess tournaments is we often have multiple rounds a day, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, and so on. In Europe, they're much more traditional on the 1 game a day, and you can put all your energy in 1 game. Sometimes when you play 2 games a day, you put a lot of energy in the first, you have no energy for the second, and the caller is wanting to ask the question, well, how do you pace yourself? How do you recharge for that second round?
It's
fitness is a big part of that.
Even for the youngsters, indeed.
Exactly.
Fitness is huge. We've talked
And
about how important
diet.
it is. And also, I think the mental game is very important. You think you're going to be really exhausted. Always keep in mind that your opponents are also going to be exhausted. So don't put too much pressure on yourself and be so hard on yourself that you might not be able to bring your absolute A plus game for 12 hours a day.
Right.
Instead, just make sure you're doing the best you can to rest and eat well and exercise before the tournament, be in good form, and that will most of the time put you ahead of your opponents who are likely going to be partying with their friends the night before and totally exhausted.
Well, I think it's important to recognize this. The question is how well do you rest? It's really important because a lot of players want to prepare before every single game, and a lot of times you can over-prepare, play a long game, then try to prepare for the next one. You may know who your opponent is, and you think, well, let me prepare, get the openings out. Then when you get to the board, you're so tired from the play you had in the morning, plus the preparation. Then in the third or fourth hour of that second game, you're done. It doesn't matter what position you have. You're going to make those mistakes because of fatigue. So how well do you rest? What's your technique for doing that? I remember talking to Mike Khodorkovsky. He was telling me about Garry Kasparov, who goes all around the world, jet sets from one continent to the next all the time. I said, how does Garry do it? He said that Mike, had learned a technique, and I believe Garry had studied it as well, where in the Russian army, they taught them how to nap on call for 15 minutes.
Wow.
Like just like that. You go, boom, you lay down, you breathe, you relax, you just rest, and boom, you're out, and then 15 minutes later, whoop, you're up again with energy and ready to go. Now, those are the kind of techniques you want to have. Those special sleeping techniques. I know for myself, I can literally nap for 10 minutes and be refreshed again. Even though I want to like sleep a little bit longer, but somehow my brain just wakes up and it's time to go again. So how well do you rest, and what are your techniques for getting complete relaxation or just enough so you can get that second game and be ready to go on the assault again? And I think that's the biggest factor is that of course, fitness is without saying. You've got to be fit. As a fiddle, you want to be much more fit than your opponent. My brother, who's a martial artist, a black belt in karate, 5th degree black belt actually, he talks about the fact that it's he who is less tired who's going to be the victor.
Yeah.
It's about fatigue. That's really the fundamental factor. Once you start to fatigue physically, you start fatiguing mentally, the combination is deadly and you're gone. So you want to be that much more fresh and be at peak efficiency when you're at the board.
And this is a very young caller as well. You mentioned the Denker, which actually just concluded in Norfolk. And there was a big tie for first, actually, but Praveen Balaskarian ended up winning first. And boy, is that a strong tournament, Yasser. There's multiple 2400s in the tournament. The player who ended up qualifying from Maryland, Andrew Zhang, was 2300, but he was like just somewhere in the middle of the pack because there's just so many strong youth players these days. You know, another thing is in poker, the mental game has become increasingly important as the technical expertise of all the players keeps going up and up.
Right.
And one thing that Jared Tendler, who wrote a couple books in the mental game, which I think are very applicable to chess players also, is that you really need to elevate your B game. Because ultimately, if you're playing poker 12 hours a day for like a 6-day tournament, at some point you're going to encounter your B game. You can't possibly play A game all day.
Right.
So you want to kind of visualize how to make it so that even when you're playing badly because you're exhausted, that level of bad is not as bad as it was before. So you kind of like elevate the whole thing.
An intriguing
not making
point
big
of
mistakes
view.
especially not making the critical mistake that just loses badly. Because you know in chess, you can play you can play fantastic. You can play 2800 chess, as we saw Magnus do yesterday. You can play 2800 chess for 40 moves, and as Tartakov famously said, 40 good moves win a game. One bad move loses it.
Right.
So it's how do you avoid that one howler that just loses the game, as Magnus found out yesterday. By the way, we're again seeing some principles being broken. In fact, it's the exact same principle that got broken. That is of moving the same piece twice in the opening in this game between Nakamura and Svidler. Nakamura played this line. Svidler is known to play marshals, so he said, I'm not going to see any of that nonsense. A4, anti-martial territory, D4, D6, and both of them have been in this exact position. Knight takes E5. Nakamura has pleasant memories of this line back in 2013. He played it against Aronian to a victory. Knight BD2, and there are a lot of moves here to play, a lot of moves. But to move a piece that you've already developed, knight back to D7, Svidler coming up with a complete novelty. I see you shaking your head in shock there, Yaz. Like, what's up with that? Well, Nakamura is doing the same thing as well. He's mystified by the move. So it's not just us and saying, well, principles are being broken on board after board because we're not good enough. Oh, no. We understand basic principles of chess, and so do these 2800s. And Svidler has essayed this novelty, and it has definitely gotten Nakamura to stop and study the position and say, wait a minute now. I'm going to try to refute this sucker. What are you doing? As Fiddler, who is you can't call him an expert, you can't call him a master, you have to call him a super grandmaster in the real Lopez. He knows just about everything there is to know, and then some in this opening, secrets that he will keep in his pocket to throw out at moments like this. He has played this cryptic move, knight E to D7, and Nakamura realizes, I'm in this guy's laboratory. What is up?
What is going on with round 5? But as we try to decipher these moves, we have a caller from California. Hello and welcome to our show.
Hi there. Thanks for answering my phone call. I'm a big fan. I wanted to thank you for the great broadcast. I'm a big Fabiano fan, and I was wondering, when I look at him, he seems like one of the most well-prepared and composed players, but in terms of intangibles, do you guys think that he needs to develop a little bit of a killer instinct to be able to dethrone Magnus eventually? And if you think that there's anybody else that actually could be better at that than him?
Well, thank you for your call. Definitely, we're all Fabi fans as well. And as far as the intangibles, I actually think the X factors, if you will, are really in this young man's favor. I love everything about his approach to chess, his dedication, the energy, his willingness to work, and it shows in his results. You don't become the new #2 chess player in the world without those intangibles.
Absolutely, Yasser. And I think one reason for the caller's question might be that Fabiano is definitely a gentleman. You know, he spent a long time in Europe. I feel like you can see from his interviews that he's very courteous and has like a very pleasant demeanor. He's nice to his fans. Very similar to Levon in that way.
Absolutely.
And that might make you think he doesn't have a killer instinct. No.
Yeah.
That is completely separate from the way he's feeling about his opponents before the board and during the board. He wants to crush them.
Absolutely.
Just because he's a nice guy and share his plate of fries with you.
Right.
Doesn't mean he doesn't want to fry you
at
to the chessboard.
Exactly. Now, having said that, there was a period there where Fabi went to, like, say, the 28-30 class. He was clearly #2 by a big margin. And the dream of Americans was that he would become a challenger. And so he hasn't quite reached our, hope for aspiration. He hasn't quite broken through. But nonetheless, he's right up there with the best of the best of the best. And he can put it together. We will all be thrilled for him.
By the way, his highest rating ever
Yes.
was 2851.
Sorry,
live rating.
I went 30.
2851. So he was knocking on the Magnus door for a while. And we thought that he was going to get there and be the challenger, no question about it. He's definitely pulled back a long way since.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, he's only 9 points away right now, and that's because Magnus is also
slipped to 28.
Slipped.
20.
It's a funny.
He was like 2870.
That's right.
Yes. He made a new world record for rating games.
So things are bunching up a little bit in the very top of the chess world, and Caruana's still right there.
Let's take a look at Fabi's game, because when we haven't seen it, and of course he's second in the tournament at the moment. He's playing 5-time world champion Vichy Anand. Vichy opened up with the English, and both players were very happy to play a reverse open Sicilian dragon style approach. Now this move, bishop c5, has really been revived thanks to the good works of Alexander Grishuk. In the day when I had this position, I probably had this position as white at least 100 times in my own practice. Everybody, and I mean everybody, played the move knight d5 to b6. That was kind of an automatic thanks to the threat of knight takes e5 with a discovered attack. But bishop c5 has been revived by Grishuk after the move castles, d2, d3. You can't take on e5, as Grishuk pointed out. Knight takes, knight takes, knight takes, knight takes, and you think, okay, I'm ready to go. Well, not until you see this move knight takes f2. And so this is why d2, d3, bishop b6, And again, knight takes e5 runs into that knight takes f2 variation. There's no real reason, no real way for white to take advantage of the hanging knight on d5, bishop d2, bishop g4, and knight takes c3. Now, Maurice is going to have to tell me how many games the database shows with this, but this reverse dragon looks very solid for black, and I don't see any reason that Fabi shouldn't be happy with the outcome of the opening.
There were no weaknesses on the board as well. Before I get to those positions, I haven't taken a look at that yet. I'd like to take a look at this position that we have here. Critical game, Maxime Vachier-Lavrov against his friend Levon Aronian. And this position is interesting because it looks like he might have missed a moment after this move, knight f1, all standard, the move d5, a break in the middle of the board. E takes e5, knight takes d5, and here he played passively with bishop to d2. As you see, this pawn is hanging on c3, but the engines give a very enterprising line. The move d4 in this position was possible, leaving this pawn hanging. How does it work? Takes, 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 and knight takes. Looks like you win a pawn, but wait a minute, queen d3, hitting the knight and threatening mate on h7. This would have been difficult for black. You might follow the line and say, well, why can't you fork him? Well, after takes, he takes you also. And though black gets a little bit of compensation, it apparently is not enough. So this was a possible line, the move d4, and after b takes c3, takes. If you take on d4, now then queen to d3, again the mating idea. And once you respect that idea, suddenly queen a6 jumps into the game as well, taking that pawn on a6, hitting the knight, hitting the bishop. A sharp game that looks like it's in white's favor. But instead of doing that, he played the move bishop to d2 and ended up going into more quiet country. Maybe an opportunity missed for the Frenchman.
Well, a rich struggle that we have going on there, Maurice. But right now we have Nick Ragone from Ascension. Thanks for joining us on the show.
It's good to be back. I love doing this once or twice a year.
Oh, it's so great to have you. So you partner with Ascension, partners with the chess club for Your Move Chess.
Yep,
Can you tell us a little bit about that program?
Second year of the program, we had our second annual fundraiser on May 31st, and we raised over $110,000, which doubled last year's total, our first year. And we're now, with the chess club, able to expand the program into more underserved schools and also begin to embed the program into curricula, which I think is exciting. And I think the goal for this coming year is to expand it outside of St. Louis into some additional markets.
That's fabulous. You said over $100,000 was raised at that fundraiser. What happened to that fundraiser?
So we had some. So this year we, thanks to the generosity of Fabiano and Eric Hansen and Danny Wren from Chess.com, we did some blitz simuls there, and we actually auctioned off the opportunity for people to play blitz against some of the greatest GMs in the world, including myself, and I got destroyed. I actually got checkmated twice. They forgot to mate me once. But
who did you play?
I played Fabi, and he did not take it easy on me. But it was really extraordinary. I mean, we had people auctioning off the opportunity to play blitz and simul with some of the greatest GMs on the planet, and then at the end we actually had Fabi take on 3 GMs and a national master in a simul blitz, and he didn't fare as well as. It's a tough competition, but it was a lot of fun, and I think the people enjoyed watching these GMs play blitz, which is pretty incredible.
That's a cool concept. The blitz simul is basically really crazy. That doesn't happen too often. So basically the player has to play like 4 or 5, the grandmaster has to play 4 or 5 people at once and win all the games within 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there were 5-minute simuls, which are tough, and the first 2 rounds it was against kind of average people, and they had no problem dispatching us, but then in the last round, Fabi had to play a bunch of other GMs and world-class GMs, including Eric and others, and that was tough. But for the average person that was there, seeing it for the first time, the amount of skill that goes into playing a blitz simul, I think, was eye-opening. And through that simul, we raised an additional $15,000 just by people auctioning off the right to play against some of these players, and it was a nice little wrinkle, and next year we hope to do some more of that and build upon our total.
That's amazing. You know, so many listeners here on the show ask, how can I get involved? The show is free, the YouTube channel videos are for free, and so they could actually buy a ticket to this fundraiser.
Yeah.
Right, and then see some of these things in person. How much did the fundraiser ticket cost?
The tickets themselves for individuals were only $25. So we wanted to, we obviously had a lot of corporate partners, and that's where I'm pretty good at, raising money from our corporate partners. So we had those donations, and we raised so much that we figured we could drop the price for the average person that wanted to come in and see some of the best GMs on the planet, watch the Blitz Simul's, or participate. And so next year, I think we'll do the same thing. We really want to. We had over 300 people at the event, and it's taken on a life of its own. I think it's now become something that people look forward to. And like I said, our goal is to expand into a few other markets. We're looking at Nashville, Tennessee, and Birmingham, Alabama, and a few others, and it's some of the markets where Ascension's at. And I could tell you, our associates also donated a lot to the program, starting with our CEO on down. And I think the Ascension community loves the intersection of chess and learning. We think that it's something that we could take to other markets.
That's so huge. Wow. And speaking of looking forward to, I know that you're a chess player yourself, and of course you must look forward to this elite tournament, the Sinquefield Cup. What do you think is going to happen this year?
Well,
who's going to win?
I was fixated on yesterday's game between MVL and Magnus. I was amazed to see MVL win that game on black, especially when he was down a little bit early on. And I'm a big Fabiano fan. He's been so generous to our program, so I'm rooting for him. I know he's in second, and I think he has a good game going on today. But, I'm curious to see how Magnus rebounds. That was I don't know how many times he's lost on white after having I don't know if a winning position, but certainly he had something of an advantage.
He was winning at some point,
yeah,
yes, but it was very complicated.
And MVL played, it seemed like, to my untrained eye, perfect chess from there on out. And so I'm curious to see how Magnus rebounds. And I'm really looking forward to the Blitz next week and see how Gary does, Kasparov, coming out of retirement and, going into the deep end of the pool with some of the best Blitz players on the planet.
So if somebody wants to donate to this program rather than just coming out to the fundraiser, because that's a whole year away, how else can they do it?
Just go to ascension.org/YourMoveChess, and we fundraise year-round, or they could just go to the Chess Club website, or they could Google me and send me an email, Nick Ragone, however they want. But we were really delighted at the number of, not only that we doubled the size of the donations, but we doubled the number of people who contributed. In fundraising, that's what we want to do, expand the fundraising base.
Exactly. No amount too small, but especially no amount too big,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. And I will throw a special thanks to Ada Maurice, who helped us 2 years ago kick off this program. And this year, Danny Wrench did a great job of broadcasting the simul, which is not easy to do, to try to make very complicated positions understandable for the layperson.
Oh, yes, and I hear Danny's going to be in town. We're actually going to be playing a Blitz match out on the chess at the patio chess at the World Chess Hall of Fame. So some exercise.
Are you playing in my home?
Yeah, I will be playing.
Oh, you got to kick his butt.
All right, I'll try.
Play Scandinavian on black. He doesn't know how to play against that.
Okay, Team Scandi. My
yeah.
brother is not going to talk to me anymore after I say that on TV.
No. Well, I'm going to come out and watch that. I mean, you got to take Danny down.
Well, thank you so much for all your support and for your passion for chess. It's great to have people behind the Chess Club and our partners also showing how much they love the game. And we are going to be back with more from Round 5 of the Sinquefield Cup after just a few minutes. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
we're back at the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, where spectators are riveted at the day before the rest day. And I don't know what the statistics are, Yasser, but somebody should do a study on the day before the rest day. Are there more decisive games? And also the day after the rest day. Kind of curious.
I think there are far more decisive games on the day before the rest day, because all of the players know they're going to go into the rest day and they really want to give it their all, just discharge all of their energy in the battery, and because they know they can restore it on the free day. So
a less optimistic interpretation might be that they're tired and more likely to make mistakes.
That's yes, that's less. But okay, I just wanted to pick up on the action. We had left it in the game between Wesley and Magnus from a Scotch with Bishop B4 check, kind of a side variation, and I really like Wesley's position. We all know I'm a big pawn grubber, but I also am a big structure. I'm a fan of pawn structures, and the double pawns, I think, are a liability in this case for Magnus. And as we get to the position that the players have achieved, we've just seen this move, Bishop G4, by the world champion, pinning the knight on F3. And if I was in Wesley's shoes, I would challenge the bishop.
And he's done it?
And if the bishop were to go back, I would release the knight from the pin so I could immediately start targeting, in particular, this pawn on C6.
And thinking about...
sorry, please.
And thinking about a later F4, F5 push.
Definitely thinking to drop the bishop back, and F4, F5 is one idea for white. Also dropping the bishop back with it if the queen was to come to D7, which is a very natural move, defending the pawn on C6. Angling, not exactly in this position, but you can see angling for an opportunity like this, where the bishop will put pressure on the C6 pawn. Of course, the bishop is hanging at the moment, but that type of strategy for white is also latent in the position. So something like Bishop G3, menacing F4, F5, as you said, but also Bishop G3 menacing B4 and Bishop A4. I like Wesley's position. He hasn't sacrificed anything to get this.
And he hasn't played your move G4 yet, at least not yet, Yasser.
Not yet.
He's played the move Bishop to E3, menacing the possibility of getting those tripled pawns, and also playing G4 now with perhaps even stronger play. Maurice, your thoughts on this game?
Well, we're seeing these pieces develop and undevelop, at least making two moves each time in the opening, and you've got to be a little mystified as the players are playing this way. H3, Bishop H5, but it's super subtle stuff going on in this one, because the move Bishop E3, as we know, it does threaten the potential of cracking that pawn structure even more and trebling these pawns on the C line. A natural move would be to play the move Knight to D7, and now white can play Bishop to A4 and pressure the C pawn. Take note, by the way, that this move H3 was a big part of that, as the bishop is now left on this side of the board. So the queen side weaknesses on the light squares become accentuated because that light square bishop of blacks is on the other side. Now this line is interesting. You play the move C5. Now the light squares are truly weak, and the Indians play this move E5. Very sharp move that at first I thought, well, maybe I can sacrifice in this line to fight back. Knight takes E5. Possible. Bishop takes on E8, and now play knight takes F3. And this is the kind of exchange sack I play in a heartbeat. And I felt like, wait a minute, isn't black okay here? Until the engine said, wake up, son. Queen D5, hitting this bishop, and after Bishop G6, Bishop to G5, and you can't play F6 now because you're pinned, and there goes your bishop. So this exchange sack is not viable in this position. And so after Bishop E3, Knight E7, Bishop A4, C5, E5, this one, according to the engine, slightly better for white. He can play G4 whenever he wants. There's pressure along this diagonal. There's pressure along this file. Looks like Wesley's testing Magnus's position with this line of play, and Magnus lost yesterday. It's hard to imagine the world champion losing 2 games in a row in classical chess. We saw him do it in Blitz in Paris, but he's too strong. I mean, this guy's an ox. Long way to go still before we start talking about potentially losing, but he's feeling the pressure in this position right now.
Thank you, Maurice. And just looking at brought up the game between Hikaru and Peter, that was where Peter played this how else to put it, but mystifying move, knight e5 to d7. That had Hikaru shaking his head as well. Knight d4, aiming for the c6 square. Bishop b7, protecting the square. c2, c3. Hikaru's anticipating that the knight is about to land on c5, and he'd like to preserve his light-squared bishop. So after c3, there was an exchange. Knight came to c5, bishop back to c2. And although it looks like it came out of Arroyo Lopez, and it has all those contours of Arroyo Lopez, the fact that Black has already surrendered the center with the move e5 takes d4 really gives the position a unique feel to it. f2, f3, just fortifying the e-pawn, saying to Black, hey, look, your pieces on c5 and b7 don't do a lot. And after knight back to d7, this is a current position. I'm reminded of a World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov, where Gary played the move f2, f3 to kill 3 black pieces, the rook on e8, the bishop on b7, the knight on c5. In this case, there was actually a knight on f6 in that particular game. This is a very formidable barrier in the center, and Hikaru will try to position his pieces behind that very nice barrier of white pawns on e4 and f3 with a move knight f1. So despite being surprised, I think Hikaru has handled the position well, and I prefer Hikaru's position.
Yeah, what do you take about Black's potential ideas here? In a lot of these types of Roy Lopez's, as we've been mentioning, you want to play the move d5, but
right.
In these types of structures, that could often be met by e5, which
exactly
allows us to improve the position of our light square bishop, muster up a kingside attack, and meanwhile,
right.
your bishop on b7 is not very good unless you can play a quick c5.
Exactly.
So without that idea on tap, what kind of active plans do you have in mind here as Black?
For Black, well, indeed, I like the idea of d5. I just don't want the move d6, d5 to be met by e4, e5. So first of all is I would just kind of tickle, if you will, a little this rook with the move bishop h4. What I want to try to induce is the move g2, g3, bring the bishop back to f6. Now, White's king is a little bit weaker, having played the move g2, g3. Now with the bishop on f6, properly covering the e5 square, d6, d5 is a move I'd have on tap for Black. Also, I would probably want to fianchetto my kingside bishop, so give the position a kind of a King's Indian, Grunfeld type of feel, where I'll play g6 and bishop back.
And what about knight g3? What was your plan on that?
Knight g3, nothing. I was kind of like sitting there saying, okay, I'm kind of glad I put you in a pin. Knight g3, I'll probably, well, can I meet it with d5? I just don't want to face
exactly the other knight to f5.
So right. I'd probably tee it up first with g6, and I'd be angling for d6, d5. Maybe White should also be thinking about moves like c3, c4, but it's double-edged. I like White's position. He has a little bit more space, easier piece play. Bishop h6 is a reasonable idea, and just completing the development.
But it's surprising how it's not that easy to harass that bishop on h4 after your move bishop h4 followed by g6.
Right, yeah.
So easier play for White, no doubt, but
right.
It's
not just play on one goal.
But but Peter kind of has to think harder here, as it tends to happen a lot of the times when you're playing the black pieces.
No, exactly. Now, in the case of Anatoly Karpov was one of those players that had a very unique style, and one of the things he was really famous for was putting his pieces in onto squares that it was almost impossible to harass his pieces. He really liked. Oh, pardon me, after knight d7, let me toss a knight. He would really like to play a move like bishop f8. Then he would never touch his g-pawn. His bishop would be on f8, and he'd be eyeballing an opportunity to play a move like d6, d5 in such positions. He liked his bishop on f8 rather than on an active diagonal like h4 or the f6 long diagonal, put his bishop on f8, and then look for activity with his pieces in other ways and just say, I've got to save king.
Now, speaking of easier to play, I'm curious about your thoughts on Vishy Anand's game against Fabiano Caruana. I know you were not super impressed by Anand's treatment, but since I do play the black side of the dragon, I have some sympathy for Anand's game here as well.
Exactly.
Because, you know, you have a typical dragon type situation where when you play this with black, white, this is considered an innocuous line for white, but it's still a line.
Of course. And actually, even though it seems on the surface to be a placid, easy, quiet position, in fact, this move, knight f3 to d2 by Vishy, is introduced some very intriguing tactical lines. First of all, why did Vishy play this move, knight d2? Well, quite simply, he opened up this bishop on the long diagonal. He's thinking about ideas like b5 and bishop takes b7. Even more so, he's thinking about ideas like knight c4, potentially capturing this knight on c6 and the e5 pawn. Well, before he played the move knight d2, he had to calculate, what about the move knight takes b4? The move knight takes b4, not only does it win a pawn, but it menaces knight takes a2, which would fork the rook on c1 as well as the bishop on c3. And just another thought, that the d3 pawn is potentially on pre, thanks to knight takes d3. Well, that all is met by knight c4, attacking the queen, attacking the pawn on e5. Now, you have to maintain defense.
Sorry, but I thought bishop b4, doesn't that win right away? Bishop b4, rook c4? No?
Ooh, did not see that.
I don't know, maybe knight c4 also wins.
Bishop c4, rook c... I didn't see that. Very nice. Suddenly, this bishop on g4 is left high and dry. Oh, my. That's a nice trap. Very, very unusual trap. I was thinking that you couldn't take on b4 for the simple reason of knight c4. Queen has to go back. Bishop takes e5, and you're very happy with either knight takes e5 or bishop e5 to trade your b4
I think
pawn.
this line also wins for the same reason, because you can go knight c4 and then knight b6, bishop b4, and just trap again.
The same idea?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But, okay, but it's that rook c4 move that I have missed completely. And that's a nice win of a piece. That's an easy one to miss. But as we say, unprotected pieces are vulnerable to double attacks. So this move, knight d2, introduces some real challenges in black's position, because white is looking at an opportunity to play knight c4, a4, potentially trap the bishop on b6, but also just eyeballing the b7 pawn.
So maybe Anand's position is a little bit easier to play, although Fabiano's ideas are somewhat intuitive as well. He's probably going to try to pressure with knight d4 at the right moment.
Exactly.
Because we see that rook on e8, if a piece is captured on d4, it opens up our rook quite nicely, which gives us some counterplay.
Absolutely.
And we've got Maurice with an update on the World Champions game.
Yes, paying special attention to this game, of course, as Magnus tries to come back in this contest after losing yesterday. But I tell you, looking at his position now, I'm not too pleased with it. I hate static pawn structures. Just to put it out there, I hate static pawn structures. I prefer dynamic, fluid ones with lots of possibilities for movement and attack and pawns rolling down the board. Magnus finds himself in one of these, c5, and you look at the position and you see, first of all, he's got the 3 pawn islands, one here, and one here. White has only 2. The only thing black really has to write home about is this pin on this diagonal, but that can easily be resolved with the move g4. So what else does black truly have? Everything else is pretty solid in white's position, and white's got this annoying pin suddenly on this line. Remember, I mentioned that the bishop would like to be back on this diagonal, but by playing this kgh3, you force it over onto h5, and talk about loose pieces. Now that bishop is also a loose piece and has to pay careful attention. The move e5 is what the Indians like, and for good reason. You remove the weak pawn on e4. That pawn no longer has to be thought about ever again. And also, you're pressuring the position, opening up lines. A queen could go to the d5 square. Now, rook b8, the Indians give, but after g4, bishop g6, and this nice move, b3, where white says, I'm not going to defend this pawn. I'm going to keep the pin. I'm going to keep all the energy and spice in the position. I'm not worried about my king side. You've got no attacking pieces for me to worry about. What is your next move? Now, I find myself in a position like this. I want to sack something. Like, I need to get out from your pressure. But the engine won't let me. The move bishop f8, bishop d2, and in this position, rook takes e5. I said, all right, now I get a little bit of action going. I dare you to take my rook. The knight will come in. There'll be some fork here. The light squares. Your bishop is all the way on the other side. Oh, wait. Wake up, Maurice. Bishop takes in this position, and now you got to play rook e3. I got a chance to sack the exchange. Maybe I might argue that I have some chances here, too. I've got the two bishops. I've got a pawn, except, boom, knight e5, and suddenly there go my two bishops, and that's not going to matter that I have a pawn. These rooks are going to double down this line. I'm going to get my head bashed in. Problems for Magnus after the move e5 to find something possible to do. It's just not the kind of position back here. Wesley would have to find this move, e5. He has not played it yet, but I am sure it's his first candidate right now as he starts to ruminate on all the possibilities in this position. e5, that's a tester that I don't know what Magnus is going to do about it, and I'm sure they are both looking at these variations as the critical one in the position right now. The move e5 seems to give White a solid advantage.
Thank you, Maurice. Very, very unpleasant pin that Magnus is facing with his bishop on a4, eyeballing the knight on d7, as well as the rook on e8. Although, again, on the surface, things seem very, very, very calm in a lot of the games. They're actually incredibly sharp. I'll turn our attention to our tournament leader, MVL, versus Levon Aronian. When I'm looking at this position, that somehow Black has managed to push his b-pawn all the way from b7 to the square b3, where the white light squared bishop is trapped on the square b1. There's a real danger in the position that this bishop may never, ever get out of the game. Now, in the meantime, if you look at all of White's pieces, they're literally on the first and second rank, with the exception of this knight on f3. Conversely, all of Black's pieces are really well developed, and it's clear that Black is building up for a huge kingside attack. He may lose the b3 pawn. It's going to take White some time to grab it, but in the meanwhile, Levon has got a real initiative going. Give him a move or two, and MVL could really find himself in deep trouble. He has to play very, very carefully. Maurice, back to you.
I love those kind of positions, rich, off bizarre pawn structure. This is not the kind of thing that's traditional. It's just you've got to play chess. You've got to know how to handle the dynamics of the pieces, as this is not your standard, oh, you just push your f5 pawn and you break on e4. Those statements are just too generalized for these types of positions, and these are the ones that test the true level of the top grandmasters, as they have to figure out all the quirks and niceties and particulars of this individual position. This one, though, comes down to a simple principle, the one between Karyakin and Nepomniachtchi, the two Russian teammates on the Olympiad, playing each other. The simple principle is about trades, you know, Yaz, I love the phrase, is it forced or fantastic? Because if it ain't, then it's foolish. The third F there. Well, knight d2 is a triple attack on this knight on d4. Knight to e2, this knight, this bishop, and this queen are all attacking a piece that's only defended twice. Now, at the highest level of chess, and I actually want to say the highest level of Aikido, which is a martial art that I practiced for years, whenever your opponent goes after something, you actually want to give it to them. You want to find a way to give them what they want, because they'll overextend along the line that they are so greedily pursuing. So what kind of thing can you do to make your opponent do exactly what they want and even accelerate the direction that they're going in, because that's how you're going to get them to the ground. You're going to get them off balance. In this position, it is so easy for 99% of all chess players to play either knight takes e2 or knight takes f3. Knight takes f3 actually forces pawn take, so you would even mess up White's king side. You would play knight f3. Most people would say, I accomplished something with this move, knight f3. The open king, the fractured pawn structure, that's good, right? That's fantastic, right? And you'd be following the force or fantastic principle. Except that's only if you assume it's fantastic, because after knight takes f3, pawn takes, White has firmed up his e-pawn. His bishop is down this long diagonal. Your pawn structure is slightly weakened. And it's not to say that White is better here, but maybe Black is not doing as well or as fantastically as he would hope. But check out this Aikido move. This is the kind of move I like to see. Queen C7. Not only do you not protect the knight, not only do you not make some trade, you undefend the knight. You can have whatever is on that square. Now that's a move. Why is this good? Well, let's start two possibilities that Sergey is considering. Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. Looks like we took the pawn. Nobody's home. Wait a minute. Rook to d8. Hello. Suddenly your bishop is under attack along this line. c5 is threatened, and your queen can't get out the way any way you try to. Problems now for white. He's going to have to do some pyrotechnics just to try to get out of this situation. Apparently e5 is a move here that may allow him to save this piece, but still, this bishop is in dire trouble with this threat of c5, unable to get out of it. The option is also to play queen takes on d4, but this allows another saucy move. Knight to g4, a discovery on the queen, a mate threat on h2. That forces the move e5, no other move, or you just die on the spot. And then this scorcher, knight takes on h2, grabbing the pawn, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop. You don't dare touch this knight because bishop takes with check. Give me your queen. Now, that's what we call the highest level of martial arts, when you give the guy what he wants, not just even protect or make those fantastic trades. You just actually say, do you want it? Go right ahead. It's yours. And of course, Sergey knows quite well, as a true martial artist of this game himself, that you can't touch this piece. So he has actually decided to play instead the move c3, now forcing black to make a move. It looks like black will finally exchange, but that's a tempo for black, getting his queen off the line so he can exchange and bring his rook to the d file. So give black the better of that repartee.
I love it, Maurice.
Beautiful
Yesterday we had the billiards shot. Today we have the keto move. And today we also have National Friendship Day, which MR Godauli lets us know. He asks us if there were examples of famous chess champions who were best friends over the board. Now, I do know that the two players in the game that Maurice was just looking at, Karyakin and Nepomniachtchi, are good friends.
Yes.
So there are a lot of good friends playing on the board today, as well as actually Hikaru Nakamura and Peter Svidler are friends as well. So, of course, at this top level of chess, the players travel to a lot of the same tournaments together. MVL and Levon Aronian, also friends. And as Amar posted this tweet, because I don't believe everything I read, especially not on Twitter, I wanted to fact check, is it actually National Friendship Day? So I looked it up, and it is, but it's also another day. It's, you know, there's all these different, like, national holidays, right?
Okay.
Like Chess Day in October. But today is not only Friendship Day, it's also National Gossip Day, International Forgiveness Day, and Corporate Baby Name Day. What is Corporate Baby Name Day?
We won't go there because we have a
Yes.
caller from California on the phone.
We do. Welcome to the show. Let us know your question and your name.
Hello, my name is Robert. I'm calling from California. And so my question is this. I'm about 1650 USCF rating, and so have a pretty good sense of what makes a master better than me. Say somebody rated 2200. For example, they're better at tactics. They always outcalculate me. They know the openings better and more deeply and more of them, and they know more endgame positions better, right? So I know that. What I don't know is what would make one of you guys better than a master, or more relevant to this tournament is what makes the super GMs better than you guys. So maybe qualitatively, could you tell us sort of where there's those differentials that give a 200-point rating difference between the 2400 rating level and the 2600 USCF level, or even better, the 2600 and to like the 2800 FIDE level, something like that, so we can better understand how that stratification happens at the really high end of the rating spectrum.
Thank you. A lovely question indeed. Maurice, when you graduated from the international master to the grandmaster level, what did you think made that possible? What happened to you that you became a much better player?
Well, the question is a great question, and so many answers to talk about. We could be on that one for 25, 30 minutes easily.
Exactly.
Really easily. So it's a fantastic question, caller. Well, if you're talking about me specifically, the difference, there were several things you had to do. And first of all, yes, at this level, you still can know openings better. Yes, you can know more end games that you didn't know before. Certainly there were holes in my end game play that had to be shored up from the IM level to the GM level. Certainly you can learn more positions. You're constantly learning more positions. And especially at this level where the openings matter more and more and more. For myself, it was also a question of insight. I talk about Aikido. There was a big breakthrough for me when I realized that chess wasn't all about slashing and burning Brooklyn style. Just attack. I finally realized that those attacks were not working against the best players. And then you had to sometimes coax people into making mistakes, small moves that looked like they were forward moves that turned out to have drawbacks in them. And then you get to do what you want, whether it was attack or just refute what they were trying to do. I remember Judith Polgar. She was 2,700 at the time, and having a conversation with her, and she was losing to Kramnik consistently, Anand consistently, Kasparov consistently. And I said, she was a 2,700 player. She was top 10 in the world, okay? Top 10. I believe she was, at the time, number 7 in the world. I said to Judith, what is it going to take for you to get to the next level so you can play with these guys? And Judith shocked me with her reply. She said, first of all, you mean levels, plural. And I was like, whoa, I'm not worthy at all. Because I just thought, one more big step, you're there. She was 2,700. And only Gary was 2,800. Everybody else was above her at 2,700. But she said, no, it was levels. The separation was that big in her mind that she had so much of a gap to make up. So I can't answer the question on that level, guys. I have no idea. I mean, I can generalize. But you still, it still comes down to openings, still comes down to more middle game positions. These guys spend hours, 14 hours in the case of Peter Leko, a day. He was at his top studying chess to get those openings right and refined. And also this endgame knowledge these players talk about. It gets deeper and deeper to where there's some endgames, guys, that you and I might say, oh, we could play that one out. And they go, no, I studied this deeply down to the last nuance. Mm-hmm. They just put in all those hours every single day to play at that level.
Thank you, Maurice. I got a lot of stories on that one, too. Why don't you give it a shot as well, Jennifer? Levels of mastery. What was happening to you on a conscious level as you realized that you were really getting into becoming a women's grandmaster?
Well, I think that it really depends on the person, and it's very often that people say you should work on your weaknesses, and when you're really bad at something, get better at it, and that seems like the lowest hanging fruit, as we say, to pick. But I also think that it's important to work at what you're good at the same time, so that you don't lose your passion for chess. So even though this question wasn't actually about improvement, I think that you just got to continue. As you get stronger, you see people, they're working on their strengths and they're working on their weaknesses at the same time. But it's really tough to say because even the caller seems to be very wise in that he understands he's 1,600 and people who are higher than him are better at every aspect.
Right.
So, get better at everything pretty much.
Well, a couple of stories from me, I should say. The first one is I worked with Victor Korchnoi for an 18-month period, and we worked very, very, very closely together, worked very hard. He was going through the candidates matches that culminated him playing in the World Championship match in 1981 in Murano, and I was with him on that journey the whole time. He was the number 2 player in the world, and we hoped that he would become number 1 and upset world champion Anatoly Karpov at the time. And as I was working with Victor, I was a strong grandmaster, but as I was working with Victor, I understood there was a qualitative difference, and really we calculated the same lines all the way to the end. It was what happened at that point was his judgments were more often than not superior to my own. In other words, I could calculate a deep forcing line to 12 moves, and I'd say, oh, it's slightly better for me, but it's not good because I even have more of an advantage than I do now. Whereas from his point of view, I had increased my advantage by playing that force combination. So it was like these guys all calculate the same thing. They calculate the same lines. They can see them. The speed of which they calculate is a factor. I remember doing the same thing with Vishy Anand, playing a lot of games and postmortems with Vishy Anand, and we saw the same things. Our judgments were quite similar, except I would be 40 minutes behind on the clock making the same analysis that he had been making.
He's known as one of the fastest thinkers, right?
Yeah, he just like chunked. I mean, I thought in sequence, which cost me 5 minutes, he chunked in a minute and a half. And it was amazing how good he was. I remember it really, really stuck in my mind at the time, but a dear friend, Joel Benjamin, he was playing Victor Korchnoi. And, you know, he was worse. He was trying to hang on. And Victor forced the game into a king pawn only. And Joel thought he had a real chance of saving the game. And Joel lost. And Joel said, well, why did you do this? Didn't you give me a chance in this king and pawn game? And Victor said, what are you talking about? This is the ABCs of chess. This is a simple win. Ooh,
wow.
It's like almost,
we love those Korchnoi stories.
I know. It was almost like Twilight Zone or something. And there's a quantitative difference. And exactly what you were saying, Maurice, about Judith. There are levels.
Yeah, well, there are levels and levels, and there are so many stories. At Capablanca, I remember a similar story of him coming to a game and instantly seeing what needed to be done while other players were looking at it, and that was echoed by Patrick Wolf. I remember Grandmaster Patrick Wolf, who was two-time U.S. champion, who was the second to Anand. He told a story as well that he and the other seconds were analyzing this position for about an hour for Anand as they were preparing Anand for some match. I forget which, if it was the World Championship match or some big match. And they're at it for an hour, and Anand walks into the room. Now, this is before computers, right? So there were no engines that you could just plug it in. They're at it for hours trying to figure out, for 1 hour, trying to figure out what to do. Anand walks in the room and says, hey, guys, what are you looking at? Just kind of jovial. Hey, what are you looking at? And they go, well, we've been trying to figure out what to do in this position, and we just can't solve it exactly. And Anand instantly went, hey, why don't you try this move? And they went, oh, okay. And he just was just right. He was just right. He just bing, got it. Had that flash. That speed of insight, as you said, Yaz, to be able to just look at the board and know exactly what needs to be done. After you put in all that work, all those hours, and of course add the fact that there are levels of genius and levels of genius. There's some players at that top level. These players are just so fantastic at just glancing at the board and knowing exactly what to do, while other players who may be of a very high level will have to stop and think and maybe finally find it. But even if you took another extra 3 minutes to find what to do in certain situations, that will accumulate over the course of a competitive game. And you will find yourself in time pressure while they still have an hour on the clock, and you're just going to make a mistake and you lose the game. And they're going to say, well, you know, it took you a long time to find out you could have just done this and this. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I got a Bobby Fischer story, but before we get to the Bobby Fischer story, we have a special feature.
That's right. We have Count's Corner with Christian Carrilla to give us some insight on some instructional moments of today's round.
Thanks, guys. And I do want to continue on your storyline because we have a very, very rich middle game in the game between Anand and Fabiano Caruana. Let's try to understand it a little bit better. In this position, we saw Fabiano already surprising white with this idea of bishop c5, bishop b6, which was brought back into fashion by Alexander Grishuk, as Yasser was mentioning. But in this position, this is where the novelty came. This move, bishop to g4. Now, all black wants to do is try to focus on this pawn on e2. His whole plan in the next couple of moves is going to focus on this pawn on e2. Rook to c1 was played. Now, white already has a little bit of a threat. He's trying to play this move, knight to e4, and be ready to jump with the knight on c5. Before that, if he would play knight to e4, f5 would come. This knight wouldn't have this available square on c5. Rook to c1, Fabiano understood that idea. Knight to c3 was played, bishop takes c3, rook to e8, and now white has to do something really, really quick. And he understood that. He knows that this bishop on b6 is a little bit misplaced. If he manages to extend on the queen side, b4, a4, a5, this bishop on b6 might be locked. So b4 was played. And in this position, I think Fabiano misplayed a little bit. He played this move queen to d6, I think he didn't understand that white doesn't have to defend the pawn on b4. Instead of that, I think he should have went with his plan of opening up the e file and attacking the pawn on e2 with the move knight to d4. Now the problem is, if you take on d4, I'm going to take back with the pawn, and you're in huge trouble, because we see the action of the rook coupled with the bishop on g4. You're going to have to face bishop takes e2 coming next move with a decisive advantage. After knight to d4, I think the only way to not allow black to take on f3 and destroy white's structure on the king side would be to play the move e3, but after knight takes f3, bishop takes f3, I'm going to exchange everything, and now we see that you have a new weakness on the pawn on d3. I will play the move c6, and black should be perfectly fine. Instead of that, Fabiano didn't continue with his plan that he started early in the opening. He played the move queen to d6, and after knight d2, he's facing some real dangers. Queen to h6, the queen swings back on the 6 rack, prepares the move bishop to h3 to exchange the light square bishop. Knight c4 we have on the board. This is a very rich middle game, and I'm looking forward to see what these players are going to come up with, because this could explode at any moment. Guys?
Thank you, Christian, and I do like Vichy's game in that position. Maurice, you got something going on in the game of the world champion.
You talk about exploding at any moment. This one has definitely ramped up the volume tremendously. As I was trying to figure out how to sack an exchange, and the computer wasn't letting me. Well, it looks like Wesley has allowed Magnus to sacrifice an exchange in one of the key lines, and here it is. Instead of the move b3, this move b3 was the move the engine really liked, solidifying the position completely. Wesley played bishop f4. Now I asked myself, well, why would Wesley not want to play the move b3 in this position? Well, it might seem counterintuitive to allow this bishop, after you've relegated it off into the wilderness on g6, to suddenly allow it to come back into the game on e4 doesn't seem positionally consistent. And so Wesley probably didn't want to play b3 and allow this bishop e4 suddenly to come into the game. And the response, bishop f4, allowing this trade in this position. But check it out. After d takes e5, this is an important position to note, because you have this pin on this knight, and if you take, he can unpin himself immediately. Engine is so cagey. The move bishop g3 could have easily escaped Wesley's attention, just leaving it in position as is. You've gotten a pawn black has, but there's still the pressure here. A rook's going to d1, and it's not so easy to get out of it. Look, no, bishop d6, rook d1, rook e6 trying to break the pin. Now faces bishop d7, bishop takes, and rook takes on e5, transforming the position because of this pin on this line to where black has these 3 buttons on this side that are going to be weak for a long time. So bishop g3 is a move he could easily have missed. Very cagey move. Let's go to the game, though, where he played bishop f4, and Magnus said, I'm taking the pawn. Give me this pawn. Why not? Cracking white's pawn structure. You see now, white's pawns are a mess. They're not cohesive at all anymore. This pawn push happened. Okay, you could have given that up, but to also give up the core pawn in your pawn structure with this isolated, this will be dissipated quickly. But black can at least say, yeah, my pawn structure was bad. Take a look at yours. Who's laughing now? But this position, bishop b3 is playable. Trapping that rook. The rook now has nowhere to go, and it looks like bishop c1 or queen c1 could happen at any second. But check out this line, guys. After this move, bishop to b3, knight takes on e5, bishop takes, de5, and the move queen c1, trapping the rook. Time to sack an exchange. Play with e4, chase this knight away, and if you put the knight in the middle, bishop to g5, and you see black's pieces coming alive. Well, the knight is hanging in this position. White now is in trouble, having to play a move like f4, it looks like, or something to try to save himself. Queen d1. The bishops are now getting revenge on the position. So Magnus has prepared something along these lines, and even though he hasn't prepared it, his intuition is telling him that this is a good way to go. Wesley has taken on d6 immediately. Pawn takes. Magnus hasn't been on the board for a while, but there he comes back to the board. E takes d6. The engines are giving as best against this move. E takes d6. Rook takes b2. E takes d6. The best move right now is bishop takes on d6, going down this road, and things are not so easy if you play rook takes, queen takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes. Hey, looks like a knight on d7. Aikido style. Go ahead. take that knight. We just roar back into the game. Is black with great counterplay. Definitely better position here for black. Knight can always hide on f8 if necessary. And Magnus has indeed captured. Bishop takes d6. This position is just fine for black now. That slip of playing bishop f4 instead of b3 has cost Wesley all his advantage. And now the world champion is starting to think, maybe I could win this one.
Wow, big turnaround there. Before I get to the Bobby Fischer story, we have a caller.
We're getting backed up on callers and questions now. Welcome to the show. Let us know your question and your name.
Yeah, my name is Chandler Harris. I'm calling from Jonesboro, Arkansas. And first off, it's a great pleasure to even be on the air. Years ago, I learned to play chess on a website called World Chess Network, and at that time, I know Yasser and Jennifer were on there for sure.
I was a big
And
investor.
the way I learned to move the pieces was in 1-minute games, and I never learned opening theory. But I played so many millions of games that I elevated my rating to, 2,400 sometimes in the 1-minute games. And subsequently, when I would play the 20-minute games, I became about a 2,000 player. Well, I didn't play for about 10 years, and I recently came back to the game, and I played a tournament recently. I never played USCF, and I don't really know the openings, but I got a rating, like a provisional rating of 1844. And my question was, I'm not playing at the same level. I started playing on chess.com. It's awesome. In the fast games, I'm about 2,100 or 2,000, but I'm not just able to get back to where I was. And my question is, it's obvious that you have to learn opening theory, but what is an optimal age, for chess players to really start doing that? I mean, because when I was 16 years old, I was astronomically better at that point than what I am now.
Wow, interesting question. Thank you, caller. So the caller is saying that, okay, he's had a career in chess where he's dabbled as an enjoyable hobby, and he's been all up and down the map on ratings. He likes fast, but he's never learned or tried to study the openings. And what's an optimal age for that? I've never thought of it that way.
7.
7. Thank you, Maurice. Bang! We got your answer. Now, what's the next question?
Yeah. But it sounds
7.
like this guy had got a really high rating in 1-minute chess and wasn't able to replicate that in some of the other formats.
At a slower time.
And that's not really that shocking, because 1 minute it's kind of its own beast.
It's a special skill. Yeah.
You're probably really good with your instincts, finding really quick checkmates, moving quickly with the mouse and flagging the guy. And it's normal, I think, and you should actually be pretty pleased with your progress in my view. I think that getting your first ever rating, 1,800 plus, and now is a good time to start working on your openings if you never have, and try to focus on the understanding and not only on memorizing the moves, because there are a lot of databases which, considering you're good at 1-minute chess, you're probably pretty good at figuring out how to use a computer database program like ChessBase. But make sure that you're also writing down the logic behind the moves so that you avoid that kind of a rote memorization.
I'll also point out it's very difficult to study the openings on your own. Very difficult. For me, it was always about studying the games of the classical masters, seeing what positions look like from the opening, what they were after. You can't go wrong following behind people like Alekhine and Botvinnik and Bobby Fischer, certainly Garry Kasparov. You just can't go wrong going over their games and saying, all right, I want to play like this. Could I get these openings? To really look at their games from beginning to end, I could just never go wrong. Going over complete games, seeing what the openings, what kind of middle games came from what openings, what kind of end games came from those middle games, and seeing the pieces you want to keep on the board, as those pawn structures were really your guiding posts. The pawns tell you where to go. They're the soul of chess. They tell you what you should be doing in a given position, and you would see how the classical masters handle that. But if you really want a good evaluation, you can't call in to the show and expect these doctors to help you. You need a personal doctor. You need someone who will actually look at your game and properly assess your weaknesses. You might even be fooled into thinking your weakness is in the opening, and it really isn't. A lot of people think it's the opening because they get bad positions, when it's really their lack of understanding of the game that's causing them to get the bad positions. So I don't know what your exact diagnosis would be, but it's best you take a little bit of an investment and get a GM online, or if you can get one in person, even better, and maybe 4 or 5 lessons and have them completely assess your game and see where you are in the opening and see if that's really the problem. And if it is, what exactly should be done about it.
Great stuff.
I think for me, one of the great difficulties is because there's so many openings and so many defenses, is really finding that beautiful fit between what suits me. And like, you know, sometimes when I was growing up and I saw an opening or a defense like the Nimzo Indian, which is a very, very difficult a defense to master, but once I started really getting the positions, I said, oh, this is a perfect fit. Where have you been my whole life? I love the Nimzo Indian. Maybe you felt the same way about the Grunfeld when it just kind of fell into your lap and you said, oh, this suits me perfectly.
Well, the Sicilian especially.
Or the Sicilian.
I love playing the Sicilian from the, just definitely love at first sight, indeed. And I totally agree with you, Yasser. It's interesting.
Finding the fit.
Making sure you like what you do is so important, especially if you're the talented amateur who's wanting to become a master plus and not a full-time professional. It's even more important then to make sure you like what you do in chess. Now, this game between MVL and Levon Aronian is really intriguing me, Yasser, because, as you mentioned, Black has a lot of scary tactical ideas. I mean, we are not able to go after this pawn right away because rook takes b3 for the moment can easily be met by knight f4, which would just immediately pick up the exchange.
Spear the rook, yes.
But further that, I'm just really liking some of these like cavewoman ideas of like queen d7 and bishop takes h3. I mean, I'm noticing
that's
there's just
cavewoman.
Because if you play like knight g3, I can play knight f4, and you can't even take back that easily because my pawn is coming.
You introduce a pawn with a tempo against the knight, and you're eyeballing. These rooks, by the way, are in a menacing position. They just need some open files, and that move knight f4, the one that you find yourself attracted to, you know, yeah, I can see why you're eyeballing.
Well, because you can't play knight e3. Of course, White would love to trade some pieces here, but knight e3 is met also by knight f4.
Right.
And the pawn on d3 will hang.
And there are opportunities. I'm not saying that this is a great move, not at all. E5, E4, where, oops, excuse me, where we're just, these types of sacrifices exist in the position where this knight on G3 is knight on F1 is not going to G3. This bishop is opened up. What I really want to do, though, caveman style, as you say, is go F5 and E4, and it would be great if I could play F5 and E4 and then open up the F8 rook and the E8 rook. But I think that this position is going to call for a little bit more subtlety
than just queen D7 and bishop H3. But it is kind of interesting because it's one of those positions where.
Sorry, I just wanted to say the real question I would ask myself is like, maybe it's the day for Aikido. I'm not sure. You want my pawn? Please, I insist, take the pawn on B3. Bishop C5 hits the rook on A3 and asks White the question. Is he prepared to play rook takes B3? Is knight takes A5 leave the rook high?
But this knight f4 was still good, right?
And knight f4 is still good, but I'm still thinking that the rook is left high and dry. Yeah, that's the point. And by the way, I have been told that F7, F5.
After a long tag.
Yes.
They're almost 30 minutes.
Levon is, we're channeling Levon. He's getting into caveman mode. He's saying, go ahead, grab my E5 pawn. I want to play the move F5, E4, blow up the position for the rooks that are, again, ideally positioned. This rook on A3, bit offside. MVL has got to find a series of very good moves to get himself out of a dangerous situation.
Remember, we talked about this, and again, yes, it is. It's always a day for Aikido, yes.
It's always a good day.
Always. Why? Whenever you chase down a pawn, remember that you're losing 3 moves, generally speaking. Move 1 is to attack the pawn. Move 2 is to take the pawn. And move 3 is to get the heck out of there and get to a better position than you were when you finally did take that pawn. Now, you might argue I take a pawn and where I am is really great. More power to you. If that's true, then you're fine. You've not wasted that second move. But if you're taking a pawn and you have to get out of dodge on that next move, then you're spending 3 moves. The move to attack the pawn, the move to take the pawn, and the move to get back to safe territory. That rook in that position, I wanted to talk about this position, but now that I'm talking about this one, I will get to it. Here, mean, white said rook up. That's one tempo, going after a pawn. Black said, I'm ignoring you now. Now, when you take this pawn, rook takes b3. That's two moves. Now, black, in this position, black is saying, you just spent these two moves, and we know for sure you're not happy with this rook on this square. You're scared out of your mind because you see this diagonal problem could happen at any moment, could just erupt on you. So sooner or later, you're going to move that too. So black is going to have to count on making move after move and saying, I'm getting free moves. What are you getting, or how are you going to counter what I'm trying to do? Now, what black would like to do is something like e4, but that's very tricky to pull off because of takes on this square. It turns out, though, that in this exact position, of course, there's this move, knight f4, if he wants to go for it. He could also play a move like bishop to c5. That way the rook can't go back home on this square. The threat of knight takes on a4 is on tap, and the position explodes immediately in crisis right now in this line after bishop c5. Instead, MVL has opted for a third option, or I guess it's a second option for him. Instead of taking on b3, he has taken on e5, nibbling on this pawn, allowing something to happen that you wouldn't think he would allow, a pin on this e-file. Black saying, Black thinking that this was a useful idea. Again, it's one of those I give you what you want days. Knight takes e5 is exactly that. I'm going to give you what you want. You want to think you're pinning me? Well, now a natural move would be to play bishop f7, and now d4. I feel something really bad is going to happen to white. The engines are saying that white is actually better in this position, though. I would be scared out of my mind if I was white. Some sacrifice that could happen on d4. What do you think? Is this a real pawn to grab? It just looks like it's such a dangerous move for him to make.
Frankly, I thought it was force. I didn't like taking that pawn on b3 in so many lines. I thought the move rook a3 was wrong. After Levon essayed the move f7, f5, I thought that white really didn't have an option, that the move e5, e4 was so powerful to my mind. You just got to ride the tiger and take the pawn on e5. Maybe you're unhappy about walking to the pin, but sometimes you have no choice but to accept the sacrifice.
Because it's not only is e5 a pawn, but it's also a key attacking piece.
Exactly. Well, hold on. Come on now, you're dropping a piece. Or at least it looks dangerous. Right? There's this idea also, bishop to c8 is in the position. Bishop c8, so you can't take on f7. Your knight's hanging.
Of course, I have to play d4.
D4, and this is what I was worried about. It took the engine a little while to settle on this as the first move that they like. Takes, and bishop takes. And that knight is tenderoni right now. No one can defend it. No one. Literally. Right. But according to the engines, taking another pawn, bishop takes, and then leaving this pin, and it's 5 against 5.
Yes, yeah.
And the engines like white in this position. So there you go.
Because you've weakened yourself.
My fears were unfounded, but I was worried about that double the sacrifice on d4, double capture on d4. It looks like white can sneak out of it, especially with the bishop on c8. Let's try to improve, however. Bishop on f7 instead, same idea, takes, and now takes. Now the bishop is on this line, so rook takes b3 is not on tap. But knight f7, allowing rook e2, knight takes on d6. Woo, this is fun. Bishop f2, lot to analyze. King h1, bishop takes on e1. You want to play this position, guys?
No.
Yeah. The bishop on f7 is a big difference. This one here, and the engines are saying that white is still better after knight c2, knight c4, bishop takes, knight cd2. Why can't I take with this knight? Knight takes, knight f4 with pressure. 2 pieces for the rook. How many pawns? 5 against 4. Chaos reigning on this chessboard. According to the engines, good for black here. They're even giving triple zeros, actually. This knight capturing instead. And again, now with knight f4, rook takes b3. I would not want to have to calculate this. Do you realize how much we've gone down along the variation is? But that knight takes d4 move is definitely in the position for black, and I no doubt will be played. Knight takes e5. This is where we are. And bishop f7 is hypercritical. The game is afoot. Right now is when all of it's going to happen. All of it's going to go down. And it's so interesting to see how MVL, his personality, makes him not ever shy away from complications. He believes that he'll figure out stuff as well as you, if not better. And this move 95, certainly a slightly risky move. He's feeling like, all right, show me the money.
But both of these players love chaotic positions, MVL and Levon. But let's just take a quick look at our standings and how important these games are to them.
Very important, because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is leading the tournament. Meanwhile, his opponent, Levon Aronian, in that big group of
50%ers.
Exactly, 50%ers who can catch up if he actually wins this game, which will no doubt lead to a big tie for first going into the rest day. Although, of course, if Fabiano wins, he'll actually catapult. But way too early to say whether Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is in danger of losing. Because I think that...
By the way, I like Vichy's game against Fabi, and Vichy at 50%, he could catapult himself up to 3.
But let's look at some of those other variations, Yasser, from a human point of view. In this line, after knight takes c5, after grabbing the pawn.
Bishop f7.
Because it was such a long variation. So
we were going d4.
After d4. So basically the idea here is that...
After bishop takes d4? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Is that what you were doing? I thought you were doing knight takes d4.
Oh,
knight takes is...
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I was also looking at bishop takes, because I think that that's a question. You know, like you'd probably look at both of these sacrifices, right?
But that's less human, by the way, I would say. Knight takes is the more obvious one.
Yeah.
Because your bishop pins the pawn on f2 and attacks the knight on e5. So
it's a better minor piece.
For sure.
You figure that's the more logical way.
But you would look at both of them, right? Because the other one you also attack the queen at the end of the variation.
Exactly.
So the point here is that after knight takes f7,
rook takes e2.
You got to play rook takes e2. And
knight
now
takes
after knight
d6.
d6,
bishop takes check. King went into the corner. We're following the analysis. That
all that was very logical too.
Right.
It might be a long variation.
It is
but
long.
It's narrow.
Everything about it is narrow. It's not one of those, oh, it's so long, it's computer-esque. It's a very narrow line all the way to here. And the knight c4 move was also forced. You had to save your knight or your bishop.
Right.
And in one move you save both.
Right.
So all of it is actually simple arithmetic. It's not calculus, it's not a computer-esque. It's all simple arithmetic. This move would not be necessarily simple. This is where you would stop and assess the position. Right here, you'd actually stop and say, okay, what's really going on in this position? Is it worth going down this line? But all the other moves were very direct after knight takes d4.
Right. So the point is, though, if instead of if you play knight takes d4, what's the refutation to that, Yasser? After bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4, knight takes d4.
Well, just
way back line.
Yeah, just at this final position, this is where, to the caller's question about degrees of mastery, it's like I am certain that both of these really great elite players have calculated this same position very, very quickly, and it's all about their judgment. Maybe one of the players doesn't go 0-0-0, but says, well, I actually like black. And maybe they both match up. But it's calculation, but at the end of the line, it's how you judge. Have I increased my advantage, lessened my advantage? Is this line good for me? Their judgment, and the fact that they make it so quickly, it's...
or that they make it at all.
They
get there and they judge, they really look at it. They might even calculate more moves, because the easy ones for them are the forcing moves. Right here, knight takes d4 is such a forcing line, right?
So bishop takes d4.
But bishop takes d4 doesn't work.
Bishop takes d4?
Bishop takes d4 just doesn't work, I guess, because of pawn takes d4, knight takes d4, just attack the knight. And
I'll just move my queen.
Even though it seems like a lot of things are in take, it's just...
there's nothing in take.
Rook takes e5.
The only thing in take is the knight on e5.
Rook takes e5. Queen takes d4, there's just rook e1, bishop e1, and white's just up a piece in the end of the variation.
Precisely.
So that doesn't lead to anything at all. And yeah, at the end of the very forcing line, the question for a lot of amateur players is they might be able to see the line, but they have trouble with the vision of the board at the end of the line. A lot of players have a lot of issues with that. I see with students. They can kind of calculate it, but they can't see the position clearly.
Right.
Some players can use blindfold chess to help them with that.
As a training exercise, yes.
Have you tried to practice blindfold chess to improve your chess vision?
Yes and no. I think in the case of Larry Christensen, for example, he was a far, far, far better blindfold player than I ever was. I tried to play like 1 or 2 games, at my top. I'm not like Timur Gariev, who set the world record, with 48 blindfold games at a time. No.
While riding on a bike.
While riding on a bike.
One or two? You really?
Yeah, just two, maybe three. I know you do 9 pretty
I've done 10.
and 10 pretty routinely. That is, really, really, really big applause. But yes, to visualize the board, you empty the pieces, or you say, okay, here's the position. I want you to calculate this sacrifice, and you remove all the pieces from the board, and then the student sitting there having to see the position of an empty board, so they've got it blindfold, and then they calculate what they hope is the forcing win. It's a very, very good training exercise, and to do that, I think you're really looking at the level of mastery already.
Yeah.
If you can do that, that's very good.
But you can also do little things, like you can try to make sure that when you're analyzing these games here at the Sinquefield Cup, set it up on a real board and position. I saw our friend Lev Bagramian, who's a huge Levon Aronian fan. He showed us his setup for studying the Sinquefield Cup, and he had us on a big monitor, a computer on the right as well. So he had like 2 monitors.
The engine going.
And then the kicker was he also had a real board and pieces set up.
Nice.
So I was like, that's nice, and that's a good.
You get the tactile feel
Exactly.
and the pieces. Yeah.
And then when you get into a position like this, actually challenge yourself without moving the pieces to come to a conclusion, and then eventually you can start moving them around if you want. Speaking of which, we do have the move knight takes d4 on the board as we enter that critical line.
But critically, the bishop is on d7.
I see.
A very big difference than the bishop being on f7. Let's try to understand the ramifications of those differences. Bishop d7 was Levon's choice. Again, this knight on e5 in a pin to that rook. It needed protection. You can't play the move f2, f4. That's illegal. This bishop on a7 pins the f-pawn. So d4 only move. And after d4, knight takes d4, c takes d4, bishop takes d4. Now, in the lines that we were looking at, the knight was capturing a bishop that was on f7. Now we can't capture the bishop because it doesn't attack the queen. So that's the first major difference that we've seen. I thought we saw a line similar to this, which was rook takes b3, rook takes...
bishop takes.
Or bishop takes, either one, and we were just darting our queen out of the path of the rook by
Well, the problem with rook takes is that your bishop on d4 becomes a little bit in play. So something like queen c4 is with tempo.
Ah, very nice.
And your bishop on f7 doesn't guard that diagonal anymore.
Right, meaning that the knight on d5 is going to be in a pin. So that was why Maurice preferred the recapture bishop takes e5.
Brilliant bishop h2.
Yeah, now I'm thinking, why do I have to be so meek with the move queen f3? Maybe I can actually eyeball some potential sacrifice. Because the rook on e1 is defended, very importantly, by the bishop on d2. On a good day, this rook on b3 might swing across to the king side. I'm going to say pretty balanced, but overall, I think I actually like white. Maurice, how does the engine evaluate this?
Particularly after queen f3, the engines give a slight edge for white. Very solid position, controlled position. As black's pawn structure has become somewhat compromised. You see the pawn on a6, the pawn on c7, a slight weakness here. Bishop could end up on a2. This bishop not on the greatest diagonal, and that pressure we had if we had been on the f7 square would have given more sustained energy. It looks like Levon did not like putting that bishop on f7 because of the knight takes f7 move, hitting his queen with tempo, and I'm not sure how far down that line he went when he saw the move bishop d7 looked adequate to his needs, and getting this position, which is only a slight edge for white, but still, you can see where it's an edge. White's pawn structure is far more cohesive, but for this pawn on a5, which is not so bad after all, but that's the only problem with white's pawn structure. While black has a couple of active pieces in the middle, but they're not really promoting any kind of agenda. So it looks as though white should be just fine, a little better maybe, but it looks like these guys have liquidated most of the tension from the middle of the board. Now it's all about piece play. And when it gets to piece play, this kind of wide open position, it's all about coordination. And if you can get any kind of sustained attack as a result of having superior coordination than your opponent, because you have no pawns that will do anything. Think about this. Look at this position right now. There's no pawn play left, period. There's no pass pawn to create. There's no dynamic breaks in the position. The pawns have just, the center energy is just gone from the board. So now they're going to try to figure out how to harmonize these remaining pieces onto the best squares possible and see if there's some potential for miscoordination in the opponent's position.
Speaking of miscoordination, we have some action on the Wesley So Magnus Carlsen game.
Exactly, Jennifer. It seems to me that Wesley has miscued something, because when he played that e5 move and he allowed rook takes b2, I'm sure he wasn't looking at the variation that you're looking at now, which is after bishop takes d6, c takes d6, queen takes d6. Yeah, that's a beautiful pin. Yeah, pat yourself on the back until you see the counter strike, as Maurice pointed out a moment ago, queen e2. Not only getting out of the pin, you're threatening checkmate in 2, capturing on f2 followed by queen g2.
And this all happened, so there's no time to play queen takes d7 because you're just going to get mated.
And
it's kind of cool how that knight protects all the business squares, right?
Yeah, there's knight on d7, yeah, and also a great defender. So queen g3 had to be played, but look at this. Black, you remember, he was in this horrible pin, his queen side was compromised. Suddenly, he's got both majors on the second rank. This is not what Wesley wanted.
Absolutely
What happens
not.
after bishop e4 here? Is there some tactics?
I'm sure there
after
are.
Bishop, there's lots of tactics. I was looking at your point about the knight on f8, because if we were to play rook e1 here after queen f3, queen f3, bishop f3, there would be no mate on e8 because of knight f8, right?
Right.
So, but anyway, going back, because I'm sure there's some better moves.
But bishop e4, what does it do other than attack the bishop? I mean, attack the knight?
That's what it does. It attacks the knight.
So what if knight g5? What if you just get out of trouble?
Knight g5, knight f6. You don't have...
You're still not hanging because of the rook on...
Yeah, but bishop b3...
You wanted to be able to play... Pardon me? Sorry.
Bishop b3?
Bishop b3.
Bishop b3.
Threatening
queen d8 mate. Ooh.
What's your move?
Ooh, no, I don't like that. C4, queen b8 is hanging. No, I don't like this. I beg your pardon. So knight g5.
After bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4, knight g5. Maybe I have to go back with a knight, but the same thing. You made a good point, Maurice. You can put... Well,
but bishop b3, now you have c4. So
yeah, I'm not hanging.
But your bishop on e4 I can get rid of at least.
Yeah, e.
Although my bishop, strangely, my bishop has nowhere to go. Bishop b3 is also c4 still.
Right.
But is there a better move than bishop e4 in this active position for black?
Well, it sure feels like black has come out of this smelling like a rose, because I really didn't like Magnus's position. I thought Wesley, that move b2, b3, just maintaining all the temperature,
everything,
maintaining all the pressure. Pardon me.
By the way, in this position is not about a mating attack, right? If you look at it, white is very solid now on the king side. The queen is a fantastic defender, but again, it's all day Aikido. Again, I like Aikido. If you shift your weight to one side, I can start thinking about the other side of the board. So now white has an attack on, black has an attack on the other side. You don't have to mate them, just start stealing stuff. This position after queen to e2, queen to g3, knight consolidates. This knight is headed to e6, maybe f4 in the future. The bigger question, though, is what is white going to do about rook a2?
Stealing
right? We shifted. We forced your queen to shift its weight. It's leaning one way now. You've shifted your weight on this side. Now it's time to get on the other side. So that's what chess is. You don't just get all, one tunnel vision. Okay, I'm attacking the king. Let me go after the king. Wait a minute. I'm going through the middle. If you shift one way, I'll go the other way. So right now, the queen has shifted to this side of the board to try to shore up this side. Well, now, this side is vulnerable. If I steal this pawn, that a7 pawn is passed. That'll be a very dangerous pony marching down the board. So now, a2 is the real question for white, because Magnus will grab that pawn and then ask you how you save yourself against him in this position. So this position after knight f8, what is the right move for white here?
How would it go after bishop b3, Maurice?
Bishop b3, c4.
And now I got knight d4, perhaps?
Knight to d4, but it looks like your pieces are getting funny.
I know. Well, yeah, but they've kind of been funny.
Knight d4 is a move. The engine's giving queen d3 in this position.
Queen d3, right.
And if takes, then bishop takes.
Right.
And now your bishop
has to go.
d1. It's giving his best. And then this amazing move, g5.
Nice.
Wow, putting a knight here to the square, rook on the 7th. This pawn.
Well, just visually, it's just great for black.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. Dominant bishop, great rook, weak pawns. Knight going to g6, going to end up on f4. All Magnus.
Gotta love that g5 move. Very nice. And we are going to go to break on one of our favorite segments so far in the Sinquefield Cup, where the players reveal their worst behavior ever over the board.
And I promise to keep my Bobby Fischer story on tap.
What was some of your worst behavior over the board as a kid?
There are many things. But I think the main thing is not handling loss as well. Just screaming or knocking pieces off are probably things along those lines. Quite a few instances.
I once read a book at the table. My father was generally very gentle with me, but I got a very serious talking to after that. He came to pick me up from the club and he saw that and he was not impressed. It was a very good book, but that doesn't excuse anything.
I've had sleepless nights after tough losses. That's not a recommended trait, just because chess is a game, it's an art, but it's not to be taken that seriously.
Okay, so I remember one case where after I lost a game, I was very upset. I didn't shake my opponent's hand, and this was in Budapest. I was probably around 10 years old. I think I was an IM. He was a veteran player. He was a very strong player for many years. And obviously it was very disrespectful to him. And after the game, he came up, he told my coach and my father that, and I remember that very distinctly. And since then, I've always shaken my opponent's hand, win or lose, or not, at least tried to, even if I'm very upset about a game, and obviously whenever any player loses, they're very upset, to not, show it outwardly toward my opponent, because obviously it's not their fault. It's my fault that I lost.
When I was little, I blundered my queen. I let go of a piece. I told my opponent that didn't happen because I had a completely winning position and then I blundered it. Yeah, well, the arbiter wasn't there, so my opponent was extremely upset. I got away with it, but this for me was a lesson because it never repeated itself.
I don't know. In Norway, kids are very well behaved.
And that preview sure gets me into the mood for chess here at the Sinquefield Cup. And while we've been on break, Yasser, it looks like Magnus Carlsen has managed to net a pawn and is a world champion on his way to potentially rebounding from that loss yesterday.
Absolutely. No question about it. Magnus Carlsen snapped off this A2 pawn. When we left it at break, we were just about these parts. We had expected after Queen G3 this move Knight F8, which was played. Rook E1, attacking the Queen, and this very nice move, Rook B1. Maurice was mentioning that, look, with all of the heavyweights on the king side, the queen on G3, I mean, the queen side is vulnerable, and that's exactly what happened after bishop C6, bishop takes A2, world champion is netted a pawn, and this A7 pawn is huge in the position as it's looking to charge up the board ASAP. And in the meanwhile, this very attractive queen on E2. Black's king is super solid. No counterplay against Black's king. When you're down material, you're always looking to try a kamikaze-like attack against the opponent's king, try to make him see ghost and veiled threats. Not happening here. Knight on F8, bishop on A2, protecting F7.
So solid.
Yes, I'm saying Magnus is cruising here.
You think he's going to cruise to victory? What if I play, what's your response to Queen B8?
I have no idea.
You have so many options. I mean, you could try the solid A6, or you could play bishop C4, trying to threaten.
I like bishop C4. Let me worm into the F1 square with a check. And then after king h2, I'll grab the second pawn with check. So yes, in fact, Black is a pawn up, and with this move bishop c4, he'll be able to create threats. Magnus looking very good at this exact moment.
And as Maurice mentioned about this queen on g3, it looks so woeful right now because it's kind of behind a pawn. It's really a passive square for the queen.
It's defending, but unfortunately at this moment, being a pawn down, that queen on g3 is not attacking anything, and no real opportunities for Wesley to get back into the game.
So let's find a better move than queen b8. Like, we at least need to stop this idea of bishop c4, queen f1, right? I mean,
right.
We can't allow that to happen.
Yeah,
so
you
maybe
don't want to have to play knight h2 at the end of something like that. And you don't really want to play queen e5, allowing the trade of queens, because the a pawn is too, it's too strong.
What if I play knight e5? At least that seems
Yes.
at least like a better try. Maybe
Absolutely.
I'll trade off that beautiful defensive knight on f8.
Right. You have ideas of knight e5 is certainly a much better move than what we've been looking. But having said all of that,
knight e5 actually runs into bishop d5.
I was about to say, can I trade off your light squared bishop with a move bishop d5? The idea is, as Maurice was about to point out, I can go queen d1 with a check, pick up the bishop.
That's lost.
And then it's all about this a pawn.
Yep.
Yeah, and that would be.
And I have no counterplay because I still need to, after that trade of bishops, I would still need to figure out a way to coordinate, and your queen on d5 is just doing double duty of controlling some key squares for the pawn on a5 to go to like a2, but also just defending f7, hitting the knight on e5.
Right.
It's a really cool queen.
Yeah, well, a centralized queen in an endgame has quite a powerful piece. As we look at that queen on d5, as you were mentioning, it covers a lot of the key squares.
And the a pawn also versus a knight.
Right.
The pawn that knights hate to have to defend against. This is a lost ending. It's just optically, just look at it, it's just dead lost.
Right.
This actually, one way the engines are coming up with here for Black, for White to somehow slow down Black's initiative is this move, queen c7, bishop to c4, and now king g2 of all moves. King to g2, the point being that if you play queen f1 check, you're going to hide your king on g3, and knights are incredible defenders. It's just so often you see this happen, knight around king, guarding all the squares and making checks very difficult. Here the engines give queen to d3, and now if you take on a7, then suddenly queen d6, and you lose your bishop, so you can't do that. And queen d3 is also hitting the c pawn, which might transfer the advantage from the extra pawn being the a7 pawn for the extra pawn being the c5 pawn. I still want to take the a7 pawn just because the knights have a difficult time grabbing or trying to get over to that pawn. But yeah, you take what you can get. It looks like this might be the best way. Queen d6 actually has been played in the game. Queen d6 with the same idea of bringing the king to g3. Right. So he's recognized that. However, this move can be immediately responded to by the move queen to c4, and this hits the pawn directly. f7, all this side is safe, so he's not worried about it. He's threatening this pawn directly, and you have to guard it, and then a5, and white is in trouble still. This looks like all Magnus. This is what we're used to with the Magnus Carlsen, get a lock and then take it home. Wesley's in deep trouble. Missing that line when he played the move bishop f4, that was a big miss. That was a big question mark move that cost him a pawn and potentially will cost him the game.
It's not only just costing him a pawn, allowing rook b8 takes b2, did Wesley so, but it really allowed black great piece activity for what had been his damaged pawn structure in that game, really in Magnus's favor.
We do have a move by Wesley. His attempt is queen to d6.
Yes, and this is what Maurice was saying, that queen d6, as played by Wesley, is going to be met by queen c4, guarding the pawn on c5 and returning the favor of attacking the pawn on c3. Let's continue around the horn with some really intriguing games. I'm bringing up the game of Fabiano and Vishy Anand. When we left it, we were just about these parts. Queen h6 had been played. Knight c4 came on the board. Ideas of a4 and b5 for white in the position, opening up this bishop on g2, potentially to snap off the pawn on b7. Fabi said, I've got counterplay on my own. Let me attack this pawn on e2. And a surprise move for me, rook c2. That normally everybody plays rook e1. Rook c2 was played by Vishy. Rook d8. Ideas by black now include the move e5, e4. Finally capturing this bishop on b6. c7 takes b6. Clearly Fabi is anticipating that after b5, knight d4, the c-file was going to be open. He didn't want to leave his pawn on the c7 square, so he recaptured in an awkward way with c7 takes b6, f2, f3, forcing the bishop to drop back, queen d2, b5, Fabi stopping white from having the option of b5 himself.
And generally keeping things a bit more closed with the knight. Right.
And now, a very nice move. We're taught that when we have the advantage of the two bishops, let's open up the game. f3, f4 certainly fits that bill, as now this bishop on g2 roars back to life. And this bishop on c3 is trying to get an open diagonal against black's king. Bishop came back to g4, and we're up to date with the players. Really intriguing game going on here between these two great players. I like white. I've been liking white for a long time. It reminds me of a game I played against Michael Toll in my first chess Olympiad in Malta in 1980.
Were you on the two bishop side?
Yes, I was. Well, actually, it was this whole opening. And Tal had a knight on d4. I gave up the two bishops to have a bishop and knight and the light squared bishop against the two bishops. I was slightly worse in that game, by the way. It was a great story. Michael Tal, we lost the match 2.5. We were down 2.5 at the time. Lev Albert had lost to Enes Polikarpov on board 1. I was playing board 2. Nick had drawn against Belyavsky on board 3. Gary Kasparov, board 6 for the Soviet team, had won against Leonid Shamkovich, and I was standing slightly worse. And our great strategy before the match is if in case any of the Soviets offered a draw, we had to tell it to our team captain, Pal Benko. Maybe he could lever that draw offer to 2 draws and so on. So Michael Tal offered me a draw, and I went to tell our team captain, and Pal, who was very disconsolate, we had already lost the match at that point. I said, Misha offered me a draw, and his eyes went up. He said, really? I said, what do you want me to do? He said, well, nothing, make your decision. I came back to the board. Tal raised up from the board to shake my hand, and I said, I'd like to play.
Good for you.
In the background, Palpenko threw all of the bulletins in the air that he had collected, the daily bulletins that he gives to the players, started cursing in Hungarian. I was like, what was going on back here? And we got into an adjournment of opposite color bishops. I ended up winning a very nice game. We lost the match 2.5, 1.5. But that was it was a great
I
story.
want to look up that game, but
Yeah.
did Pal help you with the adjournment? And the
Oh, and everybody on my team did. I mean, they had like 20 hands moving
Speaking
the
of
pieces.
bishops of opposite color, does White have the chance to just grab a pawn here with bishop c6? How do you evaluate that, Yasser? Just bishop takes c6, just rip off the pawn,
And
then
recapture,
and then
because
take something on e5. It looks like I'm going up a pawn, but with bishops of opposite colors, it's really all about who's got the better attacking chances, isn't it?
Yeah,
And this was played.
By the way,
nice.
Vichy was on the side of having the two bishops as opposed to the knight. So you know
Right.
Vichy doesn't like
could-
like to have
we could tease
the
him about
bishops.
that.
So he said, okay, I'm going to even play bishop d2, kills knight. He likes knight so much. Well, of course, he also likes pawns.
Yes.
But he decided he would do this line, giving up his light square bishop around that king, though.
I like the choice very much. I like winning the pawn, and in bishops of opposite color middle games, it's really about who has the attack. Now, Maurice, as you were about to say, there are some weak squares, weak light squares, so there's counterplay in the position for Fabi.
Well, doesn't he just win back the pawn with f6, though?
Ooh.
Am I missing something?
I'm not quite so sure that that's a diagonal that you want to have a lot of action taking place. Let me just,
I mean, other than, if you don't do this, what is the purpose of...
I mean, but we can keep the pawn, can't we?
I'm looking at checkmating ideas. Let's say I go queen h2 mate. I
Can we
apologize.
start with f7 check, though?
Yes.
f7 check, just king f8?
And I got a bishop takes g7 check idea on tap.
Yep.
Let me just have a quick look-see if I got some tactics in the position for you. Rook e5? Is there a choice?
There's a queen e5 also.
There's a queen e5. Oh, yes, I don't have time to play rook takes e2. Whoa. Crazy things here, Maurice.
Rook
what
E2
about
and
rook
rook E8?
Yes.
You're having too much fun.
I know. And we talk about variations that the players calculate. Obviously, rook e8 is setting up for this sweet f7, f8 equals queen check.
Queen d4 check?
Queen d4 check, rook f2?
Right.
Shutting
oh my
that
goodness.
down?
Oh my goodness. This might actually work as a combination
No kidding.
for Vichy.
Love
a
it.
pretty one.
Queen a1 check just met by king g2.
Yes.
Right,
And there's
king
no
g2,
more
and that's
checks.
the end.
Right.
White's winning.
Yes.
Nice variation.
Pretty sharp stuff. But yeah, I like those bishops of opposite color positions because it really is about who's on the attack. Here I feel that White's weak light squares aren't necessarily fatal for him.
I don't think Fabi went into this for compensation. I think he went into it for f6.
Really? So you
let's back up a couple of moves.
So after
this
f6,
is it. This is it.
No, just go back again. Just go back.
Well, this is the position.
One more back. And one more back. Okay, so this is the position.
Right.
He does not have to allow
Bishop
takes e6, right?
You could capture, but then after captures, let's say captures, right? This bishop eyeballing in there are ideas of bishop takes g7 and rook c5 that you got to be very mindful of.
But can't you play bishop h3 in that position or bishop d5? No, not
bishop
h3 because of f7. But bishop d5 is bishop d5. No, bishop h3. Yeah, f7 is hanging. So,
right.
But bishop d5 is not possible.
Yes.
I mean g4.
There's g4, yeah.
I'd have to think about.
G4, queen G6.
Queen G6, and I'm fine. So why can't you play like this? This seems very solid.
Well,
there's
let
still
me ask
e4
the
here
question.
in your idea of bishop g7 and rook c5.
Yeah, this direct sacrifice. My idea is to swing across with a rook, so queen g4 and queen g6 would be bad choices. I think White's having some fun here. It may not be mating.
F5 maybe to F5. I don't really want to play.
F5 you don't want to play.
I don't know what I want to play. Bishop D5 is possible. Bishop D5. Queen has nowhere to go. I can go to E2 unless you're mating me.
That's the problem. I may be mating you. I'm not 100% sure of that myself. I've got Queen F6 check. Your king would have to drop back. Don't see more than a perpetual if I go in.
But you could also start with Rook G5 check, yeah.
Yes, let's go back a moment. And
Same move, though.
Different, though. Is there any
Rook
difference?
G5 still King F8.
Still King F8. I can't weasel my way to the F7 square quite so easily. But these are lines.
These are fun lines.
These are very fun.
They're not guaranteed for white lines,
right?
In any way. I'm sorry, but you could.
Another recapture, perhaps, that Fabi didn't like was maybe just simply rook takes. Again, it's two bishops versus bishop and knight combination.
But what about knight d4 even? I don't understand why he didn't play. What about knight d4 in this position?
And if I take?
Okay, my turn? Can I take with the pawn?
Yes.
If I take with the pawn, use rook c5 thing.
F5, F6 is on top.
Wow, you don't even want the pawn, Yasser. That must really mean that the attack is good.
I'm sorry, that attack is not. I mean, your pawn on e2, though, has got to be in question.
Look at my game against Michael Tal. This is exactly what happened. He had a pawn on d4, I had a pawn on e2, and I played the move f4, and I forced his queen to e3 check. And it was really, really, really bad for Misha.
Nice win for the U.S. team, huh?
Yeah, well, but for Fabi and the position that they do have on the board.
No S6, by the way.
No, has he recaptured with the pawn?
Yeah, pawn takes c5, and now Fabiano in the tank, thinking for over 5 minutes now. What other ideas does he have besides f6? We'll find out soon, but let's move to the World Champions game. How's his conversion going?
Couple of games that are in crisis mode for two players. First of all, this one we noticed, queen c4, of course, Magnus found knight e5. Give me the pawn. I'm not worried about anything in this position. This pawn is defended by this bishop. He is now up 2 pawns at the moment. That's 2 extra pawns, and White has to try to show some kind of compensation, which doesn't look like it's there. Sooner or later, a move like g6 is going to happen. This king is unsafe. You've got to think that this is completely winning for Black right now. It's just a question of batting away any counterplay that White has. It doesn't look like it's enough. Magnus is well on his way to winning this game in smooth style. This one, here, you look at this position, and we got to back up to all the way back here. We saw queen c7, c3, takes, and knight h5. A knight on the rim, its chances are dim. We all know this little ditty. However, this knight on h5, it always has the potential to go to f4, so it's kind of interesting how this knight is holding White's pieces hostage on their squares. These pieces have to stay here to prevent this guy from turning into a beast on f4, and the game proceeded as such. Lots of moves got played. I'm going to jump down to this position here, where nothing much has changed as far as this knight sitting on this square. A pair of rooks were exchanged. Black's position still very solid. Not much by way of pawn structure energy, except for White's demonstration on this side. Black played h6 and White played a6. Sort of a move we saw before Magnus playing in his game yesterday against MVL. This pawn on a6 potentially could get a pass pawn if you ever get this a7 pawn out of the way. However, the move bishop g5, positionally well-founded. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and now queen c5 and king back to g8 has been played. This line, again, this knight, always thinking about going to this square. This one frozen on e2. Black's pawn structure is better. His king is better as well. And there's a lot of danger, but we have a dramatic result now, as Wesley did not want to see any more of this game, and he has resigned. Magnus Carlsen winning the game. Just one mistake, allowing rook takes b2, and it all cascaded from there.
Absolutely, and our Grand Chess Tour champion 2016, Wesley So, in trouble in this 2017 Sinquefield Cup as he crashes to his second loss out of 5 rounds.
That's right, and meanwhile, world champion Magnus Carlsen rebounding quite nicely, as the journalist Tarjei Svensson had pointed out earlier in the round via our hashtag Sinquefield Cup, that you don't want to face an angry Magnus.
Following a loss, that is absolutely
No,
right.
but seriously, guys, Bishop F4
It
was
was
not a good
bad.
move at all. Why did you give him this B2 pawn? It was a simple miscalculation or misassessment, maybe. I'm not sure which. It looked more like a miscalculation on Wesley's part. Just giving away this pawn on B2?
I agree. Nothing to say. That was a big mistake that proved to be a fatal one.
Yeah, well, Wesley with a very tumultuous tournament so far. Now he has 3 decisive results out of the 5 games.
Yes, just turning our attention to the game between MVL and Levon Aronian. That game had captured our attention for quite some time. The players played right down a line of analysis that we had anticipated. Bishop takes d4, rook takes b3, rook takes e5, queen c4. This was the move that Maurice had pointed out some time ago. The problem is, from Levon's point of view, is these 2 minor pieces, the knight on d5 and the bishop on d4, are both vulnerable. And after a trade of rooks, rook came to e8, attacking the bishop. The bishop played bishop b4, gaining a heady tempo against the queen on d6. And after the move, queen e8, now the rook is shifted to d3, attacking both the bishop on d4 as well as x-raying the knight on d5. And definitely MVL is very pleased with all
More
of
moves.
Do we have more moves after?
It looks like Bishop B5 was played.
Bishop b5, I was about to say.
Going to a sharp line here.
Queen takes on d4, queen takes. No, what has happened after bishop b5? I'm sorry.
Bishop b5, queen takes d4, bishop d3, queen d3. We need to see the board.
And then knight takes b4, queen c4, check.
Well, let's back up because we're not seeing the board right now. Let's go back here.
Okay.
Bishop b5 was played, queen takes d4, bishop takes d3, and now 2 pieces for the rook, except after queen takes d3,
this knight,
he now plays knight takes b4, temporarily ahead in exchange. Queen c4 check
was played,
and knight d5.
But now there's so many.
And bishop a2,
instantly.
confidently knowing he's going to win back
material
and have 2 pieces for the rook.
That's right, because the knight is also coming to e3, so you can't continue.
And
just
c6,
to
you're
defend
just
it.
going to snap it off. So that knight's dead to rights, to all rights, and it'll be 2 pieces versus the rook in this this endgame.
And rook d8 was quickly played by Levon, by the way.
Rook d8 doesn't look like it's on the board. No.
Oh, I thought.
No,
you were playing it. Sorry.
I was just pointing out that
Okay.
the knight on d5, in fact, cannot be defended, and Levon is going to have to defend a position of rook versus 2 minor pieces.
Well, this is going to be another fun imbalance. But guess what, Yasser? That move F6 did appear on the board in Vichy Annon's game against Fabiano Caruana, which is huge.
I thought that's what he wanted.
That's what he said.
I did not believe he played this line as a sacrifice. I think he played it to get his pawn back on e5.
And now Anand.
And now Anand is going to consider this line that you suggested, Yaz. That could be something that Fabi missed.
Yeah, so let's take a look and see how forced that is, Yasser. So
Right.
your line was e takes f6.
Right. It was a very sharp line going. Excuse me. Mouse slip. E5 takes f6 was the very sharp line. We were looking at rook takes e2, as I recall. Then we were going f6, f7.
So far, so
check.
forced.
King has to play to f8. You cannot take on f7 with the queen.
Try
you
it. Let's show the line.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you take on f7 with the queen, the bishop on c3 works with the rook to capture the pawn on g7.
And you're just up a rook, yeah.
And we're just up a rook. So f7 check. The king will have to go to f8. Bishop takes check. King takes, queen c3 check. We were looking at a line, as I recall, that went with queen e5, right? Queen e5, rook e2, queen c3, rook e8. This was not engine analysis. This was just human beings having a lot of fun and trying to make the combination work.
Magnus is impressed by rook e8. So we do have the world champion who just won a quick game against Wesley So.
Yeah, he did indeed flash a smile seeing this variation. We all love pretty lines like that. Of course, Magnus bouncing back from yesterday's loss to win his game today. Magnus, it seemed tricky out the opening. Your pieces were a little stale and stagnant at some point, but then he allowed rook takes b2, and then he just sprang to life.
Yeah, I'm not particularly proud of what I did early in the game. So he surprised me with the Scotch, and I thought, yeah, let's just play something and see how it goes. And then my position was very good. I missed this bishop e3 followed by bishop a4, and perhaps is not quite as bad as it looks. At least it's not easy for white to get anything substantial. I mean, you can win a pawn in many ways, but I always get some kind of counterplay. But yeah, I mean, I was shocked that he played bishop f4 so quickly, and then I sat there thinking for a while, wondering what I'd missed, and then I decided, yeah, I can't live my life like this. I take on b2 and hope for the best. And probably there wasn't anything there. And yeah, afterwards he didn't really put up much resistance. So it was, of course, early to resign, but he's not mating, and yeah.
Yeah, your position was definitely rock solid. Very hard to even imagine how you would get counterplay in that position.
Yeah.
So this game after yesterday's loss, of course, yesterday was a very tough game on your part where you were under control until you made this mistake with rook to g2. You must have not been a very happy camper yesterday, to say the least.
Yeah, no, it was strange because at first I had this, I had this whole concept with a6 and everything, and I wasn't convinced that that it was great, but I thought anyway, this is so solid that even if he gets this stuff with knight to e4, I get rook g1, bishop e3, rook a to e1, everything's protected, and the worst case, I always have this counterplay. So, and he couldn't really find anything, so I became optimistic. Then I looked at all these ways to make progress, but he always had some counterplay, so I decided to wait after the time control. And then suddenly after the time control, his bishop is on g4, and I'm just completely winning. So, I mean, I thought I calculated everything after e5. I sat there thinking for a long time, and I thought, before I went rook g2, I mean, I saw that rook d2 was extremely good, but I thought, yeah, rook g2, it looks strange, but I thought it was both a better and a more stylish move. But then I just missed rook f3, bishop e2, rook e3, f4, that there's a fork on c1 because the bishop is not protected anymore. I mean, initially when he went bishop e2, I thought, okay, that sucks, but still there's no reason for panic. And then I just sat there and I was thinking, and I mean, I couldn't. It's shocking to me that there's nothing even close to a draw anymore. I mean, that was perhaps more, tragicomical than anything.
Going from such a good position,
yeah,
we saw that go from such a nice position +2 almost to
yeah.
To
No,
equal
I
to
mean,
the,
basically, it's just about finding. It goes from finding the most precise way to win, because I was sure that, the position was winning, and he knew it, I knew it, and then suddenly I make 2 blunders in a row basically, because I have to take on d8 afterwards, and then but it has to be said that he finished it very nicely. I mean, this whole idea with c4 I hadn't seen, so at that point I had some hopes again. Maybe I could scrape a draw, but c4, that was very, very, very nice.
Great finish on his part. Caller called in and asked us if we would request. We talked about endgames the last time. Any particular middle game books that were seminal in your career, made a difference, you really enjoyed reading, got great pleasure from, and also maybe even improved from, you felt, reading a book on the topic of the middle game?
I'm not really sure I can name one. I read many books.
And you would go your favorite, or?
Yeah, no, I mean, one of the first books that I studied with my father, a sort of strategy, was The Road to Chess Improvement by Yermolinsky. I think he won it at some tournament or something, and we started reading it, and I learned a lot from that one, actually. But I'm not sure it's all about openings. No, middle games, it's also about openings and such.
I see. All right, tomorrow you play Nakamura.
Yeah, tomorrow is a rest day.
Oh, sorry. Tomorrow's a rest day, yes, absolutely. The next day you play against Nakamura. Tell us, not what you plan to do, because we know that's top secret, but how do your games normally go? We know he was a dynamic player, and you have a big score against him, but how do the kind of games you expect to see happen when you play against Nakamura?
It's a bit of everything. There have been some really quiet draws, some exciting draws, some good wins, some lucky wins. And last year he won, combination of good and lucky win, I think. So it's hard to say. But I feel like right now, getting 1 point out of these 2 games was sort of maybe what I deserved. It just came in a very strange way. No, I think Hikaru is not playing that great so far in the tournament. Right now, it's probably heading to draw with Svidler, although it's slightly better. But we'll see. Once again, it's basically probably the same answer. I'm not thinking about the next game. I'm just focusing on what's here.
You mentioned tomorrow's a rest day. You going to play some basketball?
I don't know. It's really hard to find a hoop in St. Louis.
That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it is strange.
Yeah, we got to fix that. I'm a big basketball fan myself, but you can't find anywhere.
Yeah. No, you can find football fields, soccer fields.
It's not a basketball town.
Gymnastics.
No, yeah, they do a lot of other stuff. But
yeah.
All right, you got a problem in the South St. Louis. Get a basketball court for Magnus to practice on. Well, congratulations on your win today, and enjoy your day off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Magnus. How fun it has been. During Magnus's interview, Vichy has played into that combination that we enjoyed looking at.
Oh gosh, and I'm sure Vichy is enjoying looking at it too, and Fabiano's probably suffering through it.
Right. So it was at this position that the move F7, F6 was essayed, and my spidey sense started tingling. In general, you don't want to play on the dark squares when your opponent has the dark square bishop and you have the light square bishop. So the move F7, F6 is a real challenging, rambunctious move, and I didn't like this move at all. I think what Vichy chose is probably a winning combination. And another reason I wouldn't like the move is this also Queen E3 takes, and I could win a pawn back anyway with the move Queen takes A7. The pawn on E5 is on a dark square, so I was looking at that. But this combination, how sweet it is. Vichy has unveiled it.
That's right. We see bishop takes G7 check over the board. So let's see this variation we were looking at, Yasser. How forced is it? It looks very forced to me.
Forced.
After king takes G7, queen C3 check. What about the other moves? They all look losing to me. But is there any help if we play king F8? There's just queen H8 check.
And that way we get to promote our pawn, and that's game over.
And then if you play king to H6, we just have sneaking in with the queen. With the which way do you want to go? I was just going to go queen F6.
Queen F6 is the
queen
simplest.
Queen F6 check is over, and then
you got to go queen G6. Now I can queen upon. I can capture this rook. There's no mate on H2. Your queen has been deflected from H5. So this is totally dead.
And then there's one more rook E5.
And the final move rook E5. Sorry.
Just the simple rook E1? Is that the best move here? Because there's no more mate threat on H2.
I like the rook on F.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Let's see. This should be a very simple win, actually. Here.
Rook E1 is killer. Rook F2 should be killer. Rook CF2 should also bring home the bacon. No, actually,
it's rook F8 now.
Rook F8, but I was going to play something on F5.
Oh, Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, rook F.
But maybe I'm wrong, because rook F5 bishop can take. And queen takes king G6.
Oops.
He's trying to go right F5.
Mouse slips all over the place. What were you saying? Sorry, bishop.
Bishop
A?
F5 is possible here. Queen takes E5. King
and
G6.
you're
shuts this
still
down.
kicking.
Okay,
All right,
so rook E1 immediately.
But you can play. But you can play rook F. Why can't you play rook F2? Sorry, rook F2.
Rook C F2.
Yes.
And now rook F8 was our move, right?
But let's just get out
Oh,
of the
you're
pin.
going to do that instead.
Yeah, I'm just going to step out of the pin. No, guys, we need something,
something
really
better?
snappy and joyful right here.
Joyful, I like it. Can we just take on C6?
Yes, I like
Turning
that
Queen
move
F6.
too.
That F6 square is very important.
Exactly. Let's just take an.
Oh no! Hold on! Back.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm having fun with this one too.
Yeah.
What about rook E1? Go back with the rook. Yeah, rook E1 here.
Rook E1.
What were we playing against this?
I guess
you have
I
to
have
play
to play
rook
rook D5.
Rook D5, right? And now if I play rook F2,
then do I have time to step back with the king?
Well, for some reason I thought I had a queen C6 going on, but it doesn't work.
Well, the E1 rook will be hanging once he gets out of the pin. Pardon me. This rook is now. So it's not trivial. Just a second. I actually think it is. I'm just having a blind spot. I apologize. Rook E5. Come on. Well, F8 check also for some reason gets my attention. Queen D4. How's about that?
Yeah, I was looking at that one. Queen D4 looks.
But you can't take my queen because
That's
now
a real
I
nice
promote,
one. Now you have
and then it's over. It's checkmate. In fact, on the next turn. So after Queen D4 attacking the rook, I'm setting up for Rook C5. That looks like the winner.
Yes,
that's a beautiful move. And after bishop takes G7, Fabiano has been thinking for 10 minutes, and it's interesting that he's thinking now because, of course, it's kind of forced now. I mean,
You're right.
King E7 is not going to help you much,
If you were going to think, no. I mean,
think you just overlooked it. F6, I didn't think you sacrificed in that position. This one, not this one. This one before. Before here, back. Here.
Right. You wanted to take on F4.
I didn't want to play. I didn't want to. Okay, I didn't see Bishop G4. But what I'm saying is, you play Bishop G4. You don't play Bishop G4 because you think you're getting compensation after he takes on C6.
Right.
Like if you play the line now, Bishop to G4.
Now.
Right. And he takes, and you take, and he takes your pawn.
Yes.
Where's the compensation? Like really, where's the compensation? What does black have here? The light squares are completely protected. A rook can go on F2, and you never ever mate white, ever. So where's the compensation here? There's no way he walked into this line thinking he had just straight comp because of the light square bishop. The light square bishop's not enough. Everybody knows you can play bishop takes knight in positions even less than winning a pawn and give up your light square bishop. So here, if a rook goes on F2, black has what for compensation?
Well, let's imagine that you were prepared to play the position of pawn down, just like the challenge that you're offering there, Maurice. So black plays bishop e6. He's going to put his bishop on d5. He's going to go queen h3. And you're right, but white's very, very, very compact. But the bishop on c3, for the moment, is not the greatest piece in the world. You can put it on d6. You can make an argument. Conversely, the bishop goes to d5. The queen goes to h3 on a good day.
I got e4
H5.
though. I got e4. I defend my d pawn and play e4. No.
Okay, let's say rook f2. Let's just put some concrete moves on the board for a second. I'm just going to make a bad move, right? Okay, please forgive me. So I put my bishop on d5.
Let's play queen e4. Let's play queen f4.
Queen f4. Okay, so you got it. You got it. You got everything you want. Right. Okay. Well, we got this position. So you got this tile of position. Do you want to play e4? Well, maybe you do. Bishop comes back to e6.
D4.
D4. Okay. Let's say I go here.
Okay. Now, why would you intentionally play this as black?
Because you think the bishops of opposite color give you excellent drawing chances.
Oh, you're saying he was playing for a draw?
Yes.
And you think that's better than what, this is a better way to go for a draw, a pawn down than the other lines?
Well, let's see the other line, because I agree, you know, sacrificing a pawn definitely, you know, okay, you're going material down. But if you had taken like this, and if I recapture with a rook, I've got two very, very beautiful bishops.
But you don't have to. Oh, this is the position you were saying.
That
the
white
knight
is
D4,
just for choice.
White. What about bishop D4? Bishop D5, excuse me. Was that a mistake, Bishop D5 in this position?
Exactly in this position. Well, let's continue.
No, not this.
Oh, sorry.
Not necessarily this one. The one before this.
Oh, sorry. Here?
Yeah.
Bishop D5 now.
Is it a blunder? No, E4
No.
doesn't work.
No, it's not a blunder. It's definitely a very, very decent move.
I mean, that looks. Why can't I just play this? I mean,
I think it's kind of a judgment call. I actually like white in all of these positions, and you're just actually looking for a position that isn't terrible, isn't lost, isn't losing, or you're just.
But what about this one yet? I mean, compare
Right.
this one to going a pawn down. Why is this such a bad thing to do? This position. Trade off the light square bishops. Offer the
Right.
trade of the light square bishops. The guy's got 2 bishops.
Right.
Kill the light square bishops. Why is this so bad that you would never want to defend this one? I think he went into the line to get his pawn back. That's what I'm saying. He did not go into an opposite color position. He went into it thinking, I'm getting my pawn back, and now he's in oops land. That's what I think happened. I think he overlooked it, and now he's going to die.
That's right. Queen C3 check has occurred, and Fabiano probably now realizing that both of his potential blockers here fall to very pretty ideas.
Rook E5, Queen D4 is very visual. That's a very beautiful combination. That's going to, by the way, we've been talking about writing a Sinquefield Endgame book. We can be talking about writing a Sinquefield tactical puzzle book, because that move, Queen D4, is an easy one to miss. The point is, this rook on C2 really wants to play itself to C5, but the queen's in the way. So this very beautiful
Rook E5.
Very beautiful.
Nice to find Queen D4, huh?
Queen
nice
D4.
to find such a move. Took us a little while, but
that's a beauty.
But it is a beautiful move, and Anand, you know, he saw it in seconds.
I know.
It's hard for him to resist.
Playing it right away.
He
Just sees it. He's Queen D4, just gorgeous.
He loves the
winning
game,
move.
and getting to play Queen D4 over the board. It's a beautiful moment for Vichy.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Now,
He can't wait to play it. He's he's got that like 10-year-old in him now. It's like, yes.
Absolutely.
You know what he's doing?
Me,
Mr.
me,
Discipline. He wanted to play it immediately. He's pretty sure of himself. Fabi may not even realize that Queen D4 is possible.
I don't think he does.
I'm sure he does.
You think he got up? Why is he getting up from the board?
Because
look at Anand putting his hand up for that piece.
Because
he's
fearful.
hoping.
No. When you're at the board and you see a winning line for your opponent, you're fearful that something in your body is going to give away a tell.
Right.
And, whether it's your nervousness or something, so you get up from the board.
There it
and
is.
there it is, Queen D4. I wanted to say, even though Vichy is the oldest player in the tournament, it's extraordinary his maturity and his experience. When he was young, all the way up until, I'm going to say, his early 20s, he played the game in 15 minutes. He played 2, 4, 6-hour games where he only used 1 hour on his clock, and he couldn't sit on his hands. And it was the hardest thing in the world for him to sit at the board and think.
I don't think Fabi saw Queen D4. His whole body reaction after this looked like
sure
shock.
he did.
It looked like shock. Did you see how he reacted just now?
I think he only saw Queen D4 when Bishop takes G7 was on the board.
When he had that 5-minute thing.
He played the move King F8, he hadn't seen it. But by the time Bishop G7 lands,
If he saw Queen D4,
yes,
Queen D4 is crushing.
Yes,
It's
it
over.
is.
Make one defensive move.
I can't think of a good.
I mean, make one. There's no defensive move.
No.
If he saw this move,
Why not just play Queen E5?
why not just resign now? Because Queen D4 is resigns.
Well, you have to make sure they see it.
But it's resigns.
But you have to make sure they see it.
No, I'm not saying if they see it. So the guy saw it. Queen D4, you're over. Bye.
Well, maybe he will resign.
Now maybe he will resign, but you got to make you got to force your opponent.
No. I'm saying, why don't you resign once Queen D4 gets played? Is what I'm saying. If you saw this move in advance, you look at Queen D4, you go, oh my God, Queen D4 kills me. I'm going to die now. I have no move. It's over. I'm crushed like a bug. If he finds it, I just might as well jump off a bridge. And the guy puts Queen D4 on the board, and you go, oh, no, it's time to think. I mean, come on. He could not have seen the potency of Queen D4. I can't believe he saw this move. If he did, why hasn't he resigned already?
Well, Vichy's not at the board right now. Maybe he's waiting for him to come back.
No, he did come back for a quick second. And
Just
then he
to
sat
wait
there.
for the resignation. But no, you're making a good point. Well, the point that you're really making is that at no time did Fabi see Queen D4 until it landed on the board.
I'm just saying. I'm guessing, obviously, but Fabi's a monster. Okay?
I'm saying he
the
saw
guy's
the-
a monster. If he saw Queen D4, he would not be now thinking about this position. If he saw this move, why is he thinking?
A stunning move, which really
It's a
takes
killer.
advantage of a lot of tactical ideas. Deflection from the F8 square.
Right.
We're also really clearing the way for our rook to go to C5.
Absolute pin, doubling up against a pin piece, seeing a lot of very nice tactical motifs, promotion in the position.
Because the rook on F1 is really in the perfect spot. That's why it's so
Exactly.
logical for us to move our queen to D4 rather than try these lines with rook E1, which
Or
we're,
rook F2.
which we're like taking the rook away from the place that it really wants to be, which is promoting the pawn and all
And
these tactical
C5,
lines.
and rook to C5.
Really
exactly.
nice geometry in the dark squares, isn't it?
Exactly.
So any move here, the problem like queen G5, problem is that move rook C5 is
There's
just
no move.
Right,
the
Queen
end.
G5.
I mean, just no move. There's nothing to think about. That F8 potential. That pawn on F7 is worth 8.5 points.
No, I
You've
You've been working with a computer too long there.
Actually, it's
Doris.
worth 8.793.
Yeah.
And you don't dare touch my queen because I get it all back. That pawn actually might be worth more than that, come to think of it.
And Vichy
Now-
pacing like
that
the
pawn's-
tiger of
the only reason,
Madras here.
the only reason that pawn is not going to be a queen is that we can actually kill it and just not allow it to be a queen by giving away other gobs of material.
Yeah.
But that pawn is just worth so much on that square right now that you can even give away your own queen to finish.
Oh, let's look at that line again, though. So queen G5, rook C5, rook takes.
Oh, sorry, Queen
Yeah, so
G5.
queen G5. Just show the final checkmates
Rook
off
C5.
after rook takes D4.
Pawn equals queen check, and we're going to play check. Oh, we got even, yes, this is the simplest one too. We got another check with rook F6. And
Stop.
Yep.
And as it often happens in these types of situations, he who checks first wins because both kings are in such a vulnerable situations with all the majors coming at them that if you get the first check, you're very likely to have a mating variation like this one.
My kingdom for a tempo. Just give
Wait,
me
wait,
the
wait, I
turn.
don't believe you. Back up. Put the queen back. Okay, whose move? White's move?
White to play.
Okay, let's make white play H3. A3.
What?
I just want to.
Oh, he's just saying that
I mean,
black actually
okay,
doesn't
what?
have
I'm not
a
going
good
to
line
lose.
here.
I want to see if I'm actually losing. I'm not saying.
you might
Of
not
course,
be.
Queen F7 wins, but you said he's played Queen G5, which we know runs into Rook C5. How you're saying even he who is in trouble? I think White's king is so secure that even if A3, he's not winning. Obviously, he's not winning necessarily. But I don't know if he's losing that position. Can you beat White? White's all. Oh, there's Rook C5. It's all cruncher muncher right now. Anyway, I was just trying to emphasize that White's king is safe as ever. Black's king is toast.
Toast. Rook C5.
Beauteous.
Hold on. We've got Queen E. Hold on. Is this the right position? Have I?
Oh, queen G5 has happened, yeah.
Yes.
It looks like.
So
like,
after Rook C5, whoops.
Rook takes C4 just loses.
We've got a
It's getting
Queen
mated.
E3 check.
Yeah, but
Oh,
then-
it continues.
But then we
Beautiful.
have-
Rook
Then we have
E3.
Rook
Right, then
G5
Rook
check.
G5 check.
Rook
Variations
G5.
continue all the way.
And I'm coming down. I'm not going to take the bishop on G4. I'm going to come down, and he's gone for Rook takes D4, by the way, folks. But just in this position that we have, Rook G5.
After
I'm
King
gonna,
H6.
King
You're
H6.
gonna
I'm
play
not
Rook
going to
G8.
take the bishop. I'm just going to go Rook G8. And I'm saying, give me a queen. I want a
Fabi's
queen.
still moving despite this
right.
variation. By the way, you notice how unpromoted. The new rule is that you have to promote with the same hand. You have to promote completely with the same hand. When you push the pawn down there, you can't replace with a queen or anything. You have to push the pawn to F8 and use
there
it.
we
And
have
there
it.
we have the resignation.
Beautiful combination by Vishyana
Lovely.
to win his first game of the Sinquefield Cup, and that
Take
puts him in
to
a plus score.
Exactly.
3 out of 5.
Fabi and Vichy switched places. Fabi entered the round clear second place, And now Vichy moves up to +1.
Along with Magnus Carlsen.
Who is back to +1.
So it's very...
It's all about MVL.
Yeah, it's very hot at the top now as we have both Magnus Carlsen and Vichy Anand scoring quick victories in this game.
In this round.
If we take a look at our results so far, we see 2 games done and 2 decisive games. So as you guys predicted, the day before the rest day is a bloody one so far. Anand has defeated Fabiano Caruana with some gorgeous lines. Wesley So lost to the world champion Magnus Carlsen. And now we also have some key games going on to determine who's going to be leading at the end of this round. If Maxime Bachir-Legrave can either draw or win, he will maintain the lead in the Sinquefield Cup. But a draw will only give him a narrow lead.
And he has the imbalance of 2 minor pieces against a rook and a pawn. In general, all other things being equal, the 2 minor pieces are considered superior. Again, depending on the specifics of the position, or even much superior. He's just played the move knight c4, which is a great move to prevent black from playing a4, a3, and getting all the queenside pawns off the board. Now the question is, great blockade and everything like that that's going on the queenside, how is white going to utilize his king to win material? Is he going to go king e3 to d4 to c5, take the c pawn, take the a pawn, lose the king side? I don't think so. I think that this position is probably closer to a draw at the moment than it is for a loss. I prefer to play white, but I don't say this is like a slam dunk by any means.
Because that whole idea that you pointed out could actually end up being suicidal. If you give up your whole king side, now I'm going to have 3 pawns to play with.
Right, and I'll have a b pawn that is going up the board. You may give up your rook, but I may be facing the music on the other side.
If somehow I could hold my minor, if I could set my minor pieces in a situation where I could hold on to my king side and move my king to like c5, that would be the way. But it feels like that's going to be hard to arrange. Like if I stick a bishop on d5, so
that's the ideal, right? You want to put your bishop on d5, which keeps the g2 pawn, and then you want to march triumphantly like Hannibal up to c5 and c7.
Also,
exactly.
This black also has g5 as a plan, no? To continue to liquidate those pawns on that side?
Nothing I can do about the trade of a pair of pawns on the king side. That's right. So we're going to have 2 and 2.
Seems impossible to win this position.
And
some interesting changes in our standings as we see a very dramatic round 5 here at the Sinquefield Cup.
With 3 games pending.
That's right. Magnus Carlsen and Vichy Anand have temporarily caught up to Maxime Bachir-Legrave, but it doesn't look like MVL is going to lose this position. So very likely to maintain his lead at the Sinquefield Cup. But 2 amazing players, including our world champion, are going to be just half a point behind. And Vichy, of course, with no losses, undefeated, and scoring his first victory of the tournament. Very different than Magnus's much more dramatic road to +1, right?
Well, as Magnus has himself confessed, shouldn't have lost yesterday, shouldn't have won today, but somehow getting 1 point out of those 2 games. He's not unhappy with what has happened.
But we do have Fabiano Caruana with us to talk about his loss today.
With Fabiano Caruana after a brutal loss, Fabi, this position, when you went into bishop g4, we're debating whether or not you went into this purposely, maybe sacrificially, or you just missed the idea that he played in the game.
I was counting on f6, and I missed, when I played bishop e4, I missed that there's rook e8, and although I had to go for that, and at the end I just went crazy. I mean, at least he would have to show some good technique. I mean, okay, I can play any move besides bishop g4. I can play bishop h3, or I can take on a4, or bishop d5. I mean, there are a lot of options.
What's your feeling about black's position right now? What's your assessment?
I think it should be okay, but I probably shouldn't have played b5. I should have played some move, something like h6, or something which maybe prepares for f4 a bit better. Or I could have played knight d4, also not a bad move. And I guess he wanted to retreat his rook. And I mean, I think it's pretty close to equal.
Okay, so you play bishop g4 with the intent of playing f6.
Yeah, I mean, it was very risky to base all my calculations on such a long line. And it looks very wrong for black to play like this, but I mean, I saw everything up to queen e5, and I thought it should be okay. I mean, well, if white doesn't have rook e2, black just wins. But, so I thought that he would have to give back the pawn on e5, and we would have a game. And then when after I played bishop g4, I realized that he has this rook e2 and rook e8. And I also spent a long time thinking about king e7, but I think I just... yeah, so rook e8, and I have to play queen d4, rook f2, I have to play queen b4. Now rook d8 is a draw, I think, because I have queen e1, and after king g2 I have bishop h3. So it's some sort of perpetual rook f1, queen e3. So he plays f8, queen after queen b4. I take on f8, rook takes, and rook d3. So I picked up a few pawns, and now I have a pawn for the exchange. And so around here, I like saw this position. I thought that I should probably go for it. And then I saw rook g8, king f7, rook d8, and for some reason, I thought he trades rooks, and it's an easy win because he'll pick off the a pawn. His king will come in, and there's bishop d7 here, which keeps the game going. So he probably shouldn't even go for this. He should just play rook a8 and try to take the a pawn. And I think it's rook g8, king f7, rook a8. Or no, first rook f8, rook e8, king e7, rook a8. Now I'll play h5. He'll take, and I'll play king e6. And I think we both saw this position, and
seems a lot more tenacious.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not at all certain that white will win this because I have a very strong bishop, and my pawns are pretty good. I'm at least holding his pawns. I mean, I would say it's probably objectively winning, but it's a long way towards that.
Yeah, one would expect this kind of ending typically happening from guys at your level because you don't let mate happen on the board. You bail into some loss ending, but something to work with anyway.
Yeah.
Did you see queen d4, by the way?
No, I completely...
You missed queen d4 also.
I thought that he had another probably winning move. I thought he could play h3, and that's what I spent all my time looking at. And then I saw bishop d1, and after I saw that move, I was like hesitating between the ending and this, and after I saw bishop d1, which is probably still losing, but it looked like a mess, and I thought that this would be a better practical chance. I mean, I'm not at all confident that it'll hold for black, but it looks like a complete mess. g4, queen, g5, and then I have counterplay.
Right.
Probably rook f2.
But queen d4 certainly was.
Oh yeah, queen d4 is just the end of the game.
All right. Well, sometimes it happens. Bad day at the office. Next game after the rest day, you play against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Tell us how those games have gone between the two of you. You've played now some 22 games of classical chess. What kind of games should we expect from you two, or at least how historically have the games gone in terms of sharp middle games, slow chess? What do you recall from your battles with him?
I think our games are pretty sharp in general. We've had a very up and down score. I remember he beat me twice in Biel in 2011, and then I beat him twice here 3 years ago. So we've had a lot of ups and downs, but we've had a lot of very exciting games too.
All right, we expect excitement. Before I let you go, a caller wanted to know about middle game books that influence your career. Anything you can think of that you can just off the top of your head say, oh yeah, that book, special place in my heart.
Middle game books.
Middle game. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe Dessert 1953 count as a middle game book.
Important book, certainly.
Yeah, I don't really know how to classify middle game books. So it's, I mean, there were some Dvoretsky books I read on the middle game. I can't really recall the titles. But I'm not sure off the top of my head what I would say.
Well, Zurich 1953 is great advice.
Yeah, it's a great book to read, in any case.
All right, well, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest day.
Thanks.
Thank you, Fabi. Thank you, Maurice, as we've been really treated. That was a Unfortunately for Fabi, he was on the losing end of a real brilliancy. That is going to go in a very, very, very thick trilogy of My Best Games by Vishy Anand. That was a very nice win today for the 5-time world champion.
Absolutely stunning indeed. And we underestimated the line with Rookie 8 because the queen takes b4 variation. We stopped looking before that, right?
Of Fabi, let me just...
Yeah, that whole thing that he was showing about how he was still fighting after queen takes b4.
The one, yeah, right. The one where Maurice was saying that would have been far more tenacious than the actual line. No, I can't find the game.
But we have Vishy Anand with his first victory in the Sinquefield Cup so far. But what a victory it was. He's with Maurice.
Well, as you mentioned, Yaz, his compendium of great games fill up not just one, not just two, but 3 tomes of chess. And this will be added as one of the shining pearls in his illustrious career. 5-time former world champ Vishwanathan Anand. Today was a nice game.
Yes. I mean, there was a hell of a lot of calculation to do. In the opening, I mean, I can drown you guys in variations, but basically the moment when I went knight c4, b5, or a4 is very rich. He can go knight d4, bishop d4, e4, rook e1. There's so many choices. I think I got it wrong. Because after rook a d8, suddenly I couldn't see a way. I mean, knight takes b6 and f3 is kind of embarrassing. So it was a pity to have to play that.
You call it embarrassing because it shuts down the energy in the position?
Yeah, I mean, if he plays knight d4 somewhere, takes, I'm not better anymore. So if we just go to this position. But I couldn't see a way to stop all his threats. I mean, e4, knight d4. And what was even more annoying is I was seeing maybe I saw some ghosts, but instead of rook c2, if I go rook e1, which is more desirable from some points of view, but rook e6 is there. And suddenly he's threatening not only rook h6, h4, g5, he's threatening bishop f2, king f2, rook queen takes h2. And so I spent a lot of time, trying to work something out here. So one of the lines I had was rook e6 if b5 here, because if if rook h6, then I can go h4, g5, bc6, gh4, and I am defending with bishop takes e5 because the bishop is going to come back and cover all the squares. I mean, there's just a lot of variations because it's a very sharp position. I mean, so many pieces on the board. But then I ran into this instead of rook h6, bishop f2 check, and that's well, I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do. So king f2, rook h6, maybe some rook g1 and king crawling to d2 works. I don't know. But then after rook c, I thought I get the same thing with rook c2, but there are some disadvantages with rook c2 as well. Like I would like to have both my rooks on the first rank in some lines. Anyway, it's too long a game to go into every moment.
So finally you decided that bishop has to die.
Yeah, well, because in order to play f3, I have to kill the guy. So, so I finally did this with some reluctance. I mean, f3 thing. But I understand that now I'm also completely out of any danger. I can play queen d2 and then play f4 later, and I was hoping for something. And then we got this very surprising sequence with f4. I guess he can play ef4 and bishop d5, and he should be about all right. Maybe I'm slightly better, but I don't think very much. But, well, so he went bishop g4, and I was really surprised.
Now, I was going to ask you that. Thanks for answering the question in advance.
I was very surprised because I had spent ages, well, I'll show you when I tell you the variation, but I spent ages on this. And I thought, well, that isn't possible, and then he does it anyway. And so I took and fe5, and then I thought he must be, maybe he wants something positional, I mean, just rook d7, but here the opposite color bishops don't apply as well.
Right.
So I am clearly better. So then when he went f6, he went pretty fast. And then it hit me, he must have missed something, but I couldn't tell what. So ef6, rook e2, and by this time I was feeling really annoyed that having got the chance to play ef6, I'm going to run into this boring ending with queen takes c3, queen d4, queen b4. And I was kicking myself a bit that, I mean, it's really bad luck that you know these things, you say, I went to this place and all I got is this lousy T-shirt. So this is a bit like that. I mean, I get all these lovely variations and all I get is a not very dramatic rook ending. So Queen C3, well, if Fabi already showed you the line, I won't repeat it.
Right.
But what he missed was rook D8, that he simply has bishop D7, and white is, I don't know if the technical task in this one is a real doozy. I mean, it's just, but I was sure that Fabi would not play rook E5. I'll tell you why. Okay, so here, the problem for me is after rook E8, queen D4 check has to be played first, because he needs the E1 square. Then I go rook F2. Then he has to play queen takes B4. And the thing is, if I try to get cute with H3, he can play bishop H5.
Ooh.
So, I mean, all this isn't working. And so I was resigned to going for this endgame. Or, I mean, I can play rook D8, queen E1 and repeat and take a draw, but at least in the endgame I can make a few moves. So I think I'm still slightly better, because after rook takes D3, I go rook G8 check, king F7, rook F8 check, king E7, rook A8. And I thought for him maybe the best was H5. Rook takes A7, king E6, then I have maybe rook G6. No, I have king D5 anyway. And I thought this technical task is not enviable.
It's gonna be a lot of work. You're up, but it's a lot of work.
I don't even know if I'm better, because if the black bishop comes to D5 or something, I've also got my A2 weakness. He can leave a pawn like on B4. The technical task is just horrendous. So I might not even be better.
You play such brilliant chess, and it'd be that hard to win the game.
Yeah, but then but the thing is, I was sure that Fabi could not blunder rook E5, and I'll show you why. And I just thought, okay, Fabi is a phenomenal calculator. So I thought it's conceivable he misses queen D4, but it's not conceivable he misses both queen D4 and H3. Now H3 is perfectly playable as well, because bishop H3, I have rook H2 and rook takes H3.
Wow.
But luckily for me, Fabi had seen H3, bishop D1.
Right, which he said was a hot mess.
Yeah.
So he thought maybe that's what
in a way, what I said was he couldn't miss both moves. Well, he could. He thought H3 bishop D1 kept things manageable, and so he missed queen D4.
Right.
But queen D4 is the only thing. I mean, I'd seen it before e takes F6, so the whole time I was wondering whether I should recheck my analysis. But then I thought if we get into a mess later, I should keep these 19 minutes. So besides, I calculated so many times, I didn't want to keep doubting myself. But queen D4, as soon as we got here, I knew it was over. And maybe it's just hard to see, but because again,
it took us a little while, even at this position. Yaz and I found it simultaneously as move queen D4. But even looking at it, we were looking like, wait a minute, what's going on?
There is a kind of geometry in this, because I have not changed. My queen is still pinning his rook on E5. Everything is where it was. But I've given myself the rook C5 square. This is not easy to see. It's a motive that's not easy to see.
Very beautiful.
So I'm very happy that I got a chance to play it, because after queen G5, rook C5, of course, it's winning. Even after queen E3, I'm getting a rook G5, and it's over. So
gorgeous.
Yeah, very nice.
Gorgeous game. Absolutely. Even every top player can appreciate this as well. It's not one of those where you just the beginners like it or the fans like it. Even the good players like chess like this. It's geometrically one of your sparkling games for sure. You play Karyakin next. How have your games gone against him? The kind of positions you get, we can expect to see. It's been a little edge for you, of course.
Yes, when he was very young, I followed John Nunn's advice that you should beat them when they're young, so that they remember. But I mean, these games were 2006 and 7, so that's my plus score. Again, it's a tough opponent, but probably it's getting a bit boring to repeat that in the Sinquefield Cup.
Solid opponent, solid game, you expect?
I don't know. It comes after the rest day, which always changes the dynamic a little bit. Anyway, I'll try to get ready and play. But I've played him many times. Yeah, we'll see.
Only 2 players in this competition so far have not lost a game. MVL leading the tournament, and yourself. Playing well, huh?
Well, today was nice. I'll give you that. Today was very nice. I'm very happy with that.
That is indeed an understatement. Congratulations on such a brilliant game, and good luck on the rest day and the rest of the tournament.
Thanks a lot.
Vishy, just a comment and a question. First, the comment. So instead of getting a raggedy-ass T-shirt, you got a tailor-made suit for coming to St. Louis. And secondly, a caller had asked influential middle game books or books that you read that changed your outlook about the middle game.
Well, when I was young, obviously these books like Capablanca's book, Alekin's book, those are the games I grew up with. In fact, sometimes when modern computer understanding contradicts my old thing, I still have this tendency to keep on saying, no, but Capablanca said. And it's kind of not relevant. Fisher's memorable games, these are the kind of games. And nowadays, I would say most game collections are very interesting because the game of chess is turning out to be much richer than we knew. I mean, you can't reduce it to the simple rules that we thought we could reduce it to. The rules of Steinitz and all, a bit too simplistic for our times. And so game collections, I think, reflect that best. Shirov, Gelfand, these are the recent ones I picked up.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thanks.
All right, Jen, where would you like to go?
Let's go see how Sergei Karyakin is doing against Nepomniachtchi.
As well as MBL and Levon. But that was a rook ending.
And it still is.
Where Jan, was up a pawn. Wow. When we left it, I saw it at 4 versus 3, right about here. But this is very unusual. This h4 pawn kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. So this h4 pawn, put it on g2, I'm pretty sure it's a draw. h4 makes this 4 versus 3, gives black real chances. And as the game unfolded, protected pass pawns on e3. Boy, what was it that Capablanca said about protected pass pawns? We'll have to ask Vishy. He read the books. We have this position on the board, and it's sure looking very good for Jan. He's going to play king here. I assume we're going to play king to e2, king to g6, and now you want to be able to meet any captures of the h-pawn with rook g4. But here, the problem that I'm seeing is black actually is doing everything very nicely. If you play rook here, for example, I'll play king here. If you go rook here, I'll actually put my rook behind the pass pawn, and I don't even have to take that pawn. I'll put my rook on h6, and I'll bring my king, and this looks like a win. Frankly,
really? Wait. I'm just trying to defend it.
Okay.
What did you just do?
What did I just do? I
going.
started with king f6. I went with king e2. I went king g6. Let me put my rook behind the pawn to begin with. Check. Mm-hmm. King e1, I presume? Or what else? Sorry.
Let's just do king e1. Right?
Yeah, king e1, I presumed. I'll put my rook behind the pass pawn, and I'll have free hands with my king to come up into the white's camp. I don't see defense.
How are you going to get your king? I'm going to the rook on I'm going to be in Zugzwang in a second. King D1. Let's play king D1.
King D1. Okay, so king D1, king G6.
Ooh. Well, Sergei found a sweet way to try to get some play here. He played the move rook A7 after king F6.
Trap the rook to not let it come.
Not let it come and check. So if you want to pull up the game position.
That's a much better defensive reaction for sure. So we have this.
And one move only, because of
instead
course.
Instead of king F1 or the king.
The king's already on F1, but after king F6, right now rook A7. Before you have time to play.
Rook check and rook behind the pawn.
Exactly.
So rook A7 is a better choice.
And will follow you on any square you go to, right? Except for obviously E8.
Right. Okay. So rook
H8 played.
H8 with the idea of king G6 and swallowing this pawn here. One of the
That's
things
been played, and now Sergei plays king E2. So very instructive moment where he knew that to keep himself in the game, he had to prevent that rook from coming behind the pawn, as you said.
Exactly.
Black's rook, that is.
Now we get a position like this.
And if you play king G5, then you go back to A7, right?
Correct. And that was where I wanted my rook really active and so on. Okay, so let me...
The argument I had, by the way, I'm sorry, the argument I had about your active rook, which if we could just go to that really fast, the argument about the active rook.
Back here. No, I beg your pardon.
No,
Where
letting the rook get in. Yeah, rook check, king back, this position.
Yeah.
Is, you had said that you wouldn't take this pawn, right? And I feel like you're, like, let's say you play rook.
You have to go rook b4, right, Maurice? Because otherwise I will take the pawn.
Yeah, so you are going to take the pawn, because you can't just play king h5 is what I was thinking.
No.
You can't play rook h6, king h5 because of rook g6, rook g7 is what I was thinking.
You wanna trap me on the
H
file.
If you go to the h file, trying to get in is what.
Right.
That's all I was saying. Like this.
Oops.
You know,
Yes.
this one is a problem for you, so you can't do that.
I would have to go back.
But
to
you're
F6.
going to take the pawn. Is the point? You're going to take the pawn. So
Right.
now, since you're forced to do it anyway, even though Sergei has trapped this rook from getting active, he's still going to take the pawn. Black's just going to take the pawn. So Black is going after this pawn. But the difference is, when the rook is on the h file on h2, right? If we go back, go to here on h2, when he plays whose move? Is it Black's move?
Yes.
When he plays king g6, rook f4 doesn't work because rook b4 doesn't work because of rook h4. I guess you could still take the pawn. He could still play rook f4.
Right.
So White's getting the pawn anyway, so it didn't matter
Right.
if the rook was active or not. You're going to get the f4 pawn, and Black's going to get the h7 pawn.
And we do see that in the game, the h7 and the f4 pawn have been traded off.
So
and as we take a quick break here at the Sinquefield Cup, I'll leave you with the words of Howard Staunton, who has returned from the grave to create a Twitter account. And he says of queen d4, the beautiful move by Vishy Anand to win his first game of the Sinquefield Cup, one of those extraordinary moves which one views with a shudder of horrified admiration.
Horrified admiration.
Especially if you're a Fabi.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we'll take a quick break.
A sparkling tactical brilliancy. We'll take a break.
A moment comes in chess when you need to test yourself at a different level. Chess 24 Premium offers the tools that you need to reach your maximum potential. From hundreds of interactive video lessons to becoming part of the Chess 24 community. You can analyze with friends or coach your students live. You get 24/7 coverage of chess news and events, access to premium analysis and commentary, and the chance to interact with grandmasters and other top players and coaches. Get advice from the best and even challenge them to a battle. Be the best chess player you can be. It's time to level up your game with Chess 24 Premium membership.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and Chess Fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome back to the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, where we have had our first draw of the day between Maxime Bachir-Legrave and Levan Aronian. So that interesting two minor pieces versus Rock ended up in a situation where MVL felt he couldn't make any kind of progress without punishing himself. But we have a very interesting endgame, which I hope everybody's paying attention to, because this one is important for those of you who are working on your basic rook endgames, because there's so much here that applies to almost every tournament that an amateur plays in, right?
It's the rook and pawn endgames.
The basic, and king and pawn endgames as well. So show us what happened the last few moves, Yasser.
All right. When we have left it, we left it around these parts where king g5 was played, and after rook over rook e7. This was the blunder that Jan has played. He had a winning moment right here, and that winning moment was to play the move rook h4, so that after rook takes h4, king takes h4, king takes e3, king g3.
How's that winning?
How is that winning?
Just f4, no?
Yeah, excuse me. I thought it was a win. No, this is a basic king and pawn endgame where you keep the opposition.
You thought you were getting f4 check-in?
I thought I was getting f4 check-in. I thought rook h4 was doing the job. Oh, rook h4, king takes f4, would have drawn.
And we have similar variations in the game, but first let's go to Levan Aronian, who is with Maurice.
With Levan, after a draw against his good buddy, you know, it's tough to play against a friend, and then you play a war against him, and it's still a draw. Now, tell us about the game.
It was an interesting opening choice by Maxime. I mean, such structures happen a lot in Gioco Piano. I mean, in the past, people would always retreat with the bishop after bishop e6. It's nowadays that people exchange the bishops, generally. So, but the...
You mean the light square bishops on b3.
But the difference is, I mean, he has this bishop on b1. I was kind of optimistic of my chances, but I thought rook a3 was a good move, and it's some sort of Zugzwang. I mean, it's not clear. It's kind of mutual Zugzwang situation when it's not clear what I should do. And here I think f5 was not a good move, because I've missed little things. I was actually thinking that I can play bishop f7, d4, knight c3, but it was an oversight. So what happened in the game, I thought I'm slightly worse after bishop d7.
There was a line with bishop f7. Did you consider this variation?
Yes, d4.
Bishop f7, d4 takes. We have the screen up here. Takes, takes, takes. Same line.
Right, but then knight f7, rook e2, knight d6, bishop f2, king h2, bishop takes e1. No, this I saw. Knight c4.
Right, bishop takes, continuing the line.
Yeah, knight takes.
Knight
f4.
King,
yeah, I thought about this.
King on h1 instead of h2, so voice check.
I thought about this.
And?
I don't know, I kind of didn't believe in it. But also there was something else that was wrong with this. That I forgot at this moment.
Tactically, the engines give it a sound, but
yeah.
Maybe you saw some positional thing that...
Maybe it was the way to proceed. No, I was really tempted to take on c3 after bishop f7. You know, bishop 7, d4, and knight c3. At first I thought it works from a distance. But then just bishop c3, knight d4, and just takes, and now queen e3, I thought. And I couldn't find a way. Yeah, at first I was very optimistic about some knight b5, but then just knight takes f7. So
always hitting your queen. That was
yeah. So this I actually missed, because in the other lines I'm doing fine. And then I had to go for this bishop d7, which I wasn't too happy about. But I mean, it shouldn't be that bad for black. Maybe I went wrong somewhere later. Hard to tell. But I felt generally this should be a draw.
It looked like it went straight towards that direction. So Draw with black, not such a bad thing to have before the rest day.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fighting game, so I was looking for my chances. Didn't really play well, but I mean, you don't have to play well to win games, as Maxime shows.
Oh boy, any chance you get to stick it to your good buddy, that's what friends are for.
For sure.
Tell us, our caller wanted to know middle game books that might have affected your career in some way, any time in your career. Was a young player, any other time. Something that pops into your head is, well, that was a great middle game book I studied back in the day.
Actually, one of my favorite books is a book of Jonathan Rowson, Seven Deadly Sins. That's one of my favorite books. And it's not just about middle game, it's about everything. And I'm thinking that I could improve it in some way by adding something. So I asked once Jonathan that we should collaborate and do like a new edition of the same idea. But he's too busy right now. So, but
you have an eighth deadly sin to add?
No, but those deadly sins occur quite a lot with me, so I could have an impact.
I see. A lot of your examples from your games.
And also from the games of the best players in the world.
I see. It looks like a draw in the Pomniachtchi versus Karyakin has happened as well. You play, after the rest day, you play Wesley, who lost pretty tough game for him today. What normally happens in your games? What is your experience of the type of positions you guys play? You haven't played him too much of all the top players.
I think we had an interesting game in London Classic with my rook getting out to g4 with white. I remember rook g4, rook f4. With black,
you get white. You get white
generally
in the game.
Quite boring, but I'll try. I'll try to pose some problems to Wesley.
All right. Well, enjoy your rest day.
Thank
and
you.
I'm sure. Actually, yesterday he said, did MVL? He said that you embellished the truth a little bit.
Yeah, well, you have to sacrifice. With that, for entertainment. I think.
Oh, we always enjoy having you. Good luck on the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of the day and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Levon. I also enjoyed that.
Levon.
I really like that book by Jonathan Rowson as well. It's really not just chess. It's like psychology and philosophy. It's really fun.
Seven Deadly
It's a good
Sins.
read.
I've read the reviews. I'm ashamed to admit I haven't read the book. Shame on me. I'll have to make amends. But
if it's one of Levon's favorites,
of course.
For sure.
Wow, that's high praise indeed. With these results that we have now booked, let's just take a quick look at our current standings. We have one game pending between Hikaru and Peter and two decisive games.
And I think we're going to stick with two decisive games, but we'll take a look at Naka versus Fiddler in a minute. First, we have the tournament leader, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, who I hope was listening to the Levon interview so he can trash talk back.
Well, you got good friends like that, but they still show their fighting spirit as they really showed us a sparkling game. That sacrifice on d4. Lots happened in this game. What was your feeling when you were playing? Did you think that maybe you had chances to win this game?
I mean, at some point, yes. But first, I was very pissed at myself for playing bishop d2 in the opening. The point being that I first wanted d4 initially. And if it takes on d4, it's, it's a very complicated game, but at least I'm not running any danger of losing by force like I was. But after d4, I was scared of b takes c3, and e4. And after that, I realized I can take with the rook on e4, and knight takes e3 went into queen d3. So
and now if knight takes e4, queen takes e4 with a mate threat on h7 and the knight hanging on c6.
Yeah, actually, even if the knight wasn't hanging, probably my position would still be good because black has to play g6 and bishop h6. But of course, I'll take the knight. And yeah, anyway, in the game, I was running into some big danger, but I was very happy to find rook a3 and that helped me to keep the balance, because simply, I mean, none of us could make a move. It was some sort of reciprocal zugzwang, I guess. Not sure about that, but it really looks like it. I mean, I wasn't able to find a sensible move for him, and not for myself as well. So, still think F5 was misguided, but yeah, anyway, I got the better chances after that. At some point, with when he blundered these tactics, that I could give up the exchange, because then I get the knight back. But I mean, probably I could have pressed more in the endgame, but I didn't really find a way. I mean, I thought F4, G4 was principled, but
It's hard to win that position.
yeah, of course it's hard, but you know, there are some cases, because his rook is could sometimes be trapped in an ideal world, and but yeah, I mean, of course it should be a draw.
All right, well, you're still the tournament leader. Not a bad situation to be in. A quick question for you. We had a caller call in and ask about middle game books that may have influenced your career in any way, even as a young player, something that pops out in your head that you studied once and you said, wow, that was really something that helped you to improve.
Well, I mean, I read lots of books in my childhood, but I think, you know, I mean, nothing was as good as studying the games of the best players at the time. So I think one of the books which had a big impression on me, I mean, it's not specifically middle games, but I mean, lots of the content is about it, would be Zurich 53.
Zurich 1953, we heard that earlier as well. We're definitely a great classic. I think it was Magnus. Was it Magnus who said that? Who said?
Fabiano. I think,
Oh,
right?
Fabi who said Zurich 1953. You do play Fabi next game. What can we expect in terms of the type of game you two play? You obviously are both very theoretical players. What kind of positions do you get in? Sharp, solid?
We always get some knight off. That's the first thing. And, you know, all of our games are very sharp. I mean, we get along quite well, but as we could see against Levon, it doesn't mean anything that we get along well, because, I mean, what happens on the board is very different than what happens in life.
And you're right now still in first place, clear first. You're feeling after 5 rounds of the Sinquefield Cup, you've made no bones about it. You really want to win this event to show that you can win these elite events.
Yeah, basically I have to win, let's say, one more game. So that's how things are standing in my view at the moment. And well, of course, ideally not lose any.
You feel the pressure of these players chasing you? You got Magnus chasing you. You got Vishy, who just eviscerated Fabi today, right behind you. Do you feel the pressure?
Actually, I mean, now that you mention it, I mean, Vishy's combination was quite impressive today. Didn't see that coming.
Did you see it? Did you actually get a chance to witness it as it was happening?
No, I mean, after he took on f6, after like 5 minutes, I realized that he wanted rook takes e2 after queen e5, and that was quite impressive. And yeah, I mean, there's no pressure as of yet, because you know, there's still a lot of rounds to go, and it's, you know, I'm used to play these chops, so yeah, really no pressure so far.
All right, well,
Maxime, before you go, Levon joked in his interview with Maurice that you don't have to play well to win games, as Maxime shows.
All right. I think, you know, my point is when I play well, I don't win. So
Touche. All right, well, enjoy your rest day, and we look forward to seeing you on Tuesday for the next game.
Yeah, thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maxime. Thank you, Maurice. Well, we're just getting spoiled. I mean, always in these Sinquefield Cups, there's some very special things that are happening. And today we were fated by this absolutely beautiful, brilliant game by Vichy.
And such
we've
an
been seeing
ebullient.
some great end games as well.
And so ebullient in the post-game interview. You know, it's so wonderful to see Anand, who's been around. He knows what it's like to win critical games, critical tournaments. But he seemed like extra happy after winning that game.
Yeah,
like he could have sat for hours talking about chess and life with Maurice.
Well, when
he
you've
was in
had
a good mood.
Well, of course. And when you've had such a successful career, a 5-time world champion, you've won a lot of critical games. But yes, that was just an extra feather in a peacock.
And what a wonderful way to go into the rest day. I mean, you know, if you win a Brilliancy, not only are you doing well in the tournament, but you can also just kind of think about your beautiful game for 2 days. Right?
Exactly. And it sends as we just heard from Maxine, it sends a big message to the other players. You know, don't give me a chance to pull a Brilliancy. You'll be victimized.
Absolutely. As one of our tweeters wrote in, Amar Gagbali, don't underestimate Vichy because of his age. You put your head inside the lion's jaw, you're sure to die, no matter if the lion is old.
There you go.
Whoa, fighting words, but we do have Sergei Karyakin with Maurice Ashley.
With Sergei Karyakin, who made a draw against his Russian Olympic teammate, Yana Pomniachtchi. Sergei, we all want to know what the heck is up with the move Bishop E2, because that looks strange to us.
Yeah, I was also wondering during the game, but but actually the move is not stupid at all. I mean, I played stupidly, and then it looks very stupid. But basically, there is a big point of move Bishop E2. I mean, it's not easy because my friend, a big opening expert, he recommended me this move. I mean, it was very serious, but I just couldn't remember the point. I mean, probably I should
remember the point of the move. Wow.
No, probably I should go E5 maybe after Bishop G4. Maybe that was the idea, because after Bishop E3, E5. I didn't see how I can fight for something, and then of course I should not have allowed him to get a D file, and then basically I was probably completely losing, and somehow I managed to make it. I don't know.
Well, that really didn't clear anything up for us, but hopefully you can talk to your friend and then let us know at a later date what the heck was the point behind Bishop E2, because we were scratching our heads like, what is that move?
No, I mean this move is against E5, so it's so I mean the idea is clear. But after Bishop G4, probably White has to go E5, so that makes sense at least.
You mentioned that you were defending in that position. It looked very difficult for you to hold. He looked like he was squeezing from different directions.
Yeah. I think basically he didn't have to go to the end game. He was probably mating me in the middle game, but then in the end game I think it was also lost. But after the time control in the rook's end game, it was somehow not easy at all. Maybe it's still winning, but not so easy.
Well, good save for you. Tell us, we've been asking all the players, influential middle game books you remember on the topic specifically of the middle game that helped you when you were coming up. I know you became a grandmaster famously at the age of 12, so you must have read it even earlier than that. But do you remember any books? Maybe they're in Russian, actually.
Yeah, well, I read many books of Mark Dvoretsky, who unfortunately died last year, but he was a big expert for me in both in end games and in the middle games, and even at some openings. So I basically recommend his books very much.
Definitely, Mark Dvoretsky, a fantastic writer and insight into the game. Passed away last year, as you mentioned. You play Anand next round after the rest day. I'm sure you saw this sparkling pearl that he played against Fabi just now. What are your thoughts about that game, and also tell us about your experience of playing this wonderful champion?
Yeah, it was a brilliant game for him, and and I always knew that he can basically win such games because because it's Vishy and he's great. So about my experience when I started to him at the age of 15 and 16, it was very hard for me, and he was basically winning easily against me. But then when I turned like 18 or 20 or something like this, we started to make draws, and I remember that last year I won my first classical game against him in the candidates tournament, so that was very memorable game for me. But now I'm looking forward to the rest day, and I'm not thinking too much about our game.
Gotcha. Well, we'll let you do that. Congrats on the draw today, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Sergey. I just love the way Sergey said, a big opening specialist has recommended me the move Bishop E2, and I forgot everything. Because you have to be a very, very big opening specialist to violate the principles of not moving the same piece twice.
Not the opening specialist that Maurice found in the database, the one that was rated
Not the
1,075.
1,000 rated database.
But let's take another look at our standings as we have only one game in play. We've got Maxime Vacher-Lagrave at 3.5 out of 5. And for his sake, we hope he doesn't start playing well because he says he doesn't win when he plays well. And I think even though, of course, it's a joke, there is a lot of truth in every joke. And in this joke, you see that when the position is really mixed up, you're more likely to make mistakes. And Maxime is less likely to make the last mistake.
He enjoys the chaotic games, definitely.
And the final game that we have going on does seem like it's liquidating quite rapidly.
To a draw between Hikaru and Peter.
But a couple of interesting liquidating tactics. But right now we have Nepomniachtchi with Maurice to talk about his draw today.
With Jan Nepomniachtchi, who had great chances to win today, but it was not to be. Jan, before we get into the game itself, this move, Bishop to E2, had us all scratching our heads. Like, it's unbelievable that such a move could be played at such a high level, almost at any level, in fact. What did you think when you saw it appear on the board?
Well, clearly, I believe there is some idea behind this move, because you would never play this move first at the board. It's surely some sort of preparation, but perhaps you don't remember what's the idea when you play, at least. That's what Sergey told me, but I mean, this move, I mean, it seems awkward. So maybe after Bishop G4 it was some seminar stuff White could play, like maybe fight in this edition or something. But once again, it doesn't seem to be a very good move. Okay, maybe he could also capture on free the pawn and then castle queenside, but I mean, still I have some nice play like d4, 95. Okay, then I mean the position is completely unclear. But in case of after Bishop takes f3, it's clearly Black has solved all the opening problems and maybe even can fight for some advantage.
You got some advantage.
Yeah, I think I really get some huge advantage. I was completely sure I was just winning by force at some point. Okay, I have briefly checked this with a computer. It shows something like 150 for black, but okay, even I understood that it is 150. Or maybe even more, but well, actually I just wanted to go for mate, but only idea was just to b5 straight queens and try to escape in the endgame, and that's why I think the crucial move was king f6 instead of king g8. So, okay, king f6 just protecting all the pawns, all the stuff. Yeah, just here king f6. I mean, here white has, b5 doesn't work anymore because king is close and protects all the pawns. And I mean, any sort of thing is dead lost for black right now, for white right now. And in case if you go for some normal play, like, I don't know, what is normal play here? Just like, I don't know, c4 or something. Okay, then just simply rook d2 and I would say rook f2, queen d7 and all this stuff. I believe this is just not so interesting. White, because, well,
Black's dominating everything.
Yeah, queen f8 at some point, but okay, queen f8, I mean, if I calculate, something, okay, I can even protect my king with knight g7, okay, so I don't want to, okay, maybe I can play rook b2 or something, and okay, then after queen a8 check, just play king e6, or, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter because, once again, Sergei was really low on time, and his position, I believe, was very much lost. And, I think in this edition, after King G8, perhaps King H7 was even better. I would show and explain why, but, after King G8, B5, is clearly the only chance now to get mated. Let's say, after B5, Rook D2, perhaps it might work, but I wasn't so sure because I thought that, endgame should be clearly almost winning, and, this Rook D8 was a little bit double-edged, so perhaps White has some extra tempi to find some counterplay. So after, so Knight E4 I think wasn't too clever because I should go for something like Rook C6 instead. And in case of Rook D5, Rook takes A6. So now if Rook B5, then I just protect the F pawn and and just go to the same type of endgame. But I can keep the knights as well. This looks like very huge chances for Black once again. And finally I was more or less sure that this type of 3 against 4, when I can easily make a second passer and maybe even a couple of passed pawns on F and E file. I was sure it should be also winning, but in fact, this H4 brings some counterplay just in time. So, after King E6, Rook B7, F5, takes H5. I just miscalculated in the final position because after H6, I thought, I just play E3, then I grab H pawn, and after he grabs F4 pawn, I play King G5, F4, protect everything, and this should be winning somehow. But the problem that my rook is placed so badly that after F4, Rook A5 check, I can go for something like King F6, King B6, and so on. But then, he just, he can just give me plenty of checks and then play Rook E4 and then Rook E4 respectively. And then my king is so cut off from the play, and then it cannot protect, so I cannot improve. Let's say Rook E4, protecting the pawn somehow, and then Rook E4. So this is a draw. And this was surely a miscalculation, so maybe I should have tried harder instead of F5, not to, rush with such a move. But I really thought that this position should be winning. And another option was not to play E3, but I didn't believe that it would work because E5 was weak. So maybe here I should do something like King D5, I believe. But the problem is he plays H7, I believe. Rook H6. And just Rook B5, King D4, Rook F5. Didn't really look like I should win here because he's in time to bring his rook active and give me a couple of checks. So this is really very annoying. So the type of position you never can imagine you will be able not to win. But
Yeah, you seem frustrated right now. Great opportunity that seems.
This that's the least I can say. That I'm frustrated. I don't mean. At least I was pressing.
Switching topics, then, we've been asking the question about middle game books that may have influenced your career early on or later on in your career. Can you think of any book that just pops into your head? You say, "Wow, that was a great book that really helped you understand some things about chess."
Well, I don't think it will be some extraordinary answer, but I really will rate very high, my system from Aaron Nimzovich. And my system on practice.
Book.
I can't say it's my favorite book. I don't think I have a favorite chess book because I love reading that some literature, not just literature, I believe. But it's one of the most important books I believe in my life because it was one of the first books I was trying to study. And also I believe some best games of Alexander Alechin. It was my favorite one because I really liked to watch and replay his games. It was in those good years when I didn't have a computer. So
right.
Then I was reading a lot and studying some books.
Finally, you play your other Russian compatriot next round, Peter Spidler. The result between you guys, not that many games. He probably had an early edge on you since he's a little bit more of a veteran than you are. what can we expect, the type of games you normally play? The type, not necessarily the opening, but the type of game.
I mean, I have no idea. Well, probably Petr is very, very well prepared everywhere. So, I mean, if you manage to trick him in the opening, then maybe you can.
But you've had some history with him. I mean, is it a sharp game you guys usually get into, or is it usually solid positions you get into?
Strongly depends on tournament situation. Like sometimes it's just very calm, and sometimes when we both are fighting for something, it's it's a little bit more double-edged. But when we both are at -1, maybe. Okay, it's also a big goal to go back to 50%. So okay, at least I'll try to do something, and I don't really care too much about the type of the game. The game will show itself.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest day. Get your mind clear, and we look forward to seeing you on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Both Jan and Peter are big fans of the game Hearthstone. Like it's like a card game that is really popular. Hearthstone.
Hearthstone. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah. Very popular. But with all the games completed, Yasser, let's take a look at how this affects our standings. As we mentioned during those interviews, Peter Svidler has drawn his game against Hikaru Nakamura. So we've got Maxime at the top of the table with 3.5 points. Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand just behind with 3 points. And Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, and Sergey all with 2.5. And as pointed out by Chris Bird, international arbiter, that I think is going to be joining us for the rapid portions of this event. We just got home and is catching up on the action. It's been a bad day for the Americans so far. Indeed, the 2 losses were from our Olympic team.
Yes.
From Fabiano Caruana and Wesley Sell.
Only Hikaru avoided losing. And I was just saying from the standings, it's a very, very tight pack. There's only a 1.5 that separates the bottom from the top.
And we do have Peter Svidler with Maurice Ashley.
The 7-time Russian champion having drawn his game, not a bad day for the Russians. They drew all their games as well, although 2 of them did play each other.
Peter, I think Jan would disagree with that.
Oh yeah, I guess Jan might say that. That's true. Your game against Nakamura was interesting. You tell us, please, about this novelty, it seems, of yours, the move Knight ED7.
Well, I'm not sure if it's entirely new or not, but somehow against Hikaru, these are my favorite types of opponents in general, in a sense that you can just completely forgo preparation in the morning because you can't guess move number 1, let alone what he will play later. But somehow in my kind of ranking, I thought E4 is like number 4 of things he can play, because he's been playing C4 against me recently was getting good positions. In Geneva he played some kind of anti-Grunfeld against me, and I was kind of expecting something closed. C4, Knight of 3, D4, many things. But somehow E4, I thought he hasn't been doing this against me very much recently, and I kind of discounted that. And then we got to that position, and I've played this A4 before D4 line so much with black, with decent results, frankly. I have some important victories there. But it kind of feels that people are happily pinpointing concrete positions somewhere around move 17 against me. I'm so consistent there. Mm-hmm. And I thought, maybe I should try something else. But if you want to try something else, it makes sense to actually look something up before the game. This is where not looking anything up before the game kind of plays tricks with you, because I have looked at many, many things in that position, including Knight takes E5, and I believe in some positions I looked at this retreat to D7, but maybe not in this concrete one. But I spent like 10 minutes at the board, and I thought, it doesn't look half bad. Because of the lack of the pawn on D4, I constantly have this counterplay with Knight C5, attacking his bishop on B3. My development doesn't look horrible. And also, he was so happily and so, confidently doing all this, and he doesn't really play this line very much, that I had a feeling that even Knight takes E5, which I never do, didn't particularly surprise him, and he was very prepared to normal moves after Knight E5, Knight BD2. And I thought at least I will get him to think, which I did, but I think he reacted very well. I quite liked what he was doing, and I felt that maybe what I was doing was almost the only way to equalize there. Also, just one funny line, if we can, I understand everybody's time, but instead of BC3, just I briefly considered telling that to the confessional, but that would kind of, that would be a recursion. I will explain in a second. Here, I considered playing Rook E8 here, and if you want to play Rook E8, you have to do it before taking on C3, not to allow Bishop takes F7 and Queen B3 check, right? So Rook E8, C takes B4, and Bishop F8. With the idea of just playing D6, D5 on the next move, destroying everything in the center. and then, you know, attacking the b4 pawn. And white is not particularly well developed. But then I started having those painful flashbacks to my game against Karakin. With the, you know, me giving up the queen side, and eventually all those pawns just become queens. Yeah, b5 or knight 4 f3 was worrying me a great deal. And I thought, yeah, probably not the wisest idea to do this once again on move 14 without preparation and being down on the clock. So I just took on c3, which is, you know, a more practical decision. And then, basically, because I now have to play knight c5, the game revolves around whether I will be in time to push d6, d5 or not. Because if he establishes control in the center, if the knight from d2 actually lands on e3, it will be extremely difficult for me to do anything. The position is not bad, it's very solid. Spanish positions are generally very solid. But I will never have enough counterplay. And because of that, I think knight fd7 is a very smart move. Because I think in these positions, I generally do achieve my stated goal of playing d5. Maybe because of that, he should have played knight f1 anyway. He could have, instead of a5, played knight f1. I can play bishop h4, and then d5 against any move. But this is the kind of a position he was sort of trying to get in the game later, so maybe this was better. I don't know. a5 was an interesting waiting move, because my first instinct was just to play bishop h4 here. He goes rook e2, and I can play d5. But then slowly I realized that after e5, regardless of whether I take immediately or if I take on e2, let's say I take on d5, he goes rook e8, queen e8, and just knight f1. And this knight, sort of, it goes to e3 hitting one bishop, and then let's say I play bishop f6 here. It goes to e3 hitting one bishop, the bishop goes back to b7, and goes to g4 hitting the second bishop. And despite, you know, equal material and seemingly symmetrical structure, I disliked these types of positions a great deal. I thought they are very, very far from equal for black. Really didn't want to end up having to play something like that. And this is why I played d5 immediately instead, so that the bishop doesn't go to h4. And I think I was very close to equality, but then I missed this double attack. I mean, bishop e4 is a weird move to miss, but I still managed somehow. And I had to defend this endgame a pawn down, which I think arises almost by force. And I understand I've been speaking for a while, and I should probably stop.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm just listening to you.
And that endgame, I felt to begin with it probably should be close to equality. But then Hikaru found this very, very dangerous idea with rook g8, which I kind of, I failed to appreciate just how dangerous it was when I was going for that endgame. And on 3 minutes, I had to solve very, very concrete problems. And we had a very brief look whilst waiting for our turn in this room. And it seems like he was never winning, which means that I probably defended reasonably well in time trouble. But it was very nerve-wracking at some point, because it felt like I could be very close to being completely busted, because he is very happy to give up either the a5 pawn or the c3 pawn, but the h pawn just runs very fast. He just wants to go basically g4, h4, h5, h6, h7, and this had to be stopped. But somehow I hung in there and managed to make a draw.
You've been hanging in there quite a bit this time around.
Yeah.
Last year, right around now, your attitude was quite despondent, but this time looked like
it feels slightly, yeah, I mean, -1 is nothing to write home about, obviously, but it is an extremely strong field, and I feel that the last 2 days in particular, I don't know how it looks from the outside, but the way I feel about my thinking process is a bit, you know, I can feel slightly more optimistic about that, because it feels like I'm missing less and I actually see things.
Tell us, we've been asking this question of all the players, any books, middle game books in particular, the topic of the middle game, that influenced your career or that you remember fondly reading when you were but a babe?
I read, I think the word is voraciously when I was a child, but and you know, we can start this flame war right now. How do you feel about my system?
I love my system. Nippon Miyachi loves my system. I know Yasser hates my system.
Yeah, Yasser, I didn't know about Yasser, but basically this is a topic which we both know our stated positions, so it's a kind of like an old couple bickering. But we do this on air with Jan Gustafsson all the time when we do our commentary. Because when the topic of books that influenced us in childhood comes up, I say, yeah, my system, and Jan says, this is the worst book ever. Please.
It's incredible how ignorant these people are.
He's not entirely ignorant. He does make sound points. I still love it because it's part of my childhood, but perhaps if I reread it now, I will feel this is beletter and, the chess content dated quite poorly. And I'm kind of afraid to read it for that reason, to be honest. And another stock answer I always give to that question, it's not a book I read as a child, but it is definitely, for me, it is the definitive work on these sort of topics. It's what Boris Gelfand has done, and there will be further volumes. There are two volumes now out now on basically thinking about the middle game, approaching the middle game as a whole, and those books are tremendously good. So I recommend those to everybody.
All right, thanks for that.
Sure.
You play your countryman the next game. What are your thoughts? Tell us a perspective on the kind of game, the quality of game we should expect from the two of you.
It's difficult to judge, but I feel slightly let down there because it feels like we are now seeing, Jan Nepomniachtchi that was invited to this tournament way back, at the end of 16, and during the first couple of games here, people were playing somebody else. And he's finally shown up, and I will be playing the real Slim Shady instead of that guy who was playing the first two rounds.
The real Slim Shady, you said. You know American pop culture better than a lot of people.
And I feel slightly betrayed by this because, I really liked that guy who played the first couple of rounds as an opponent. I thought that was a very manageable opponent, but it seems like he's not showing up anymore, and not going to be easy. Second black in a row, not going to be easy.
All right, well, we'll let you get your rest, and we look forward to you playing the real Slim Shady as this tournament continues. Peter Spidler, 7-time Russian champion, showing his real Slim Shady in this event. Last year, we had that guy, not so impressive, but this guy, we know he's a baller.
Thank you, gentlemen. And to Peter, it will be a challenge. When you read my system again, you'll really be horrified by the book itself. I mean, how many times have you won with overprotection? I challenge anybody in the audience.
But that floral language, I actually was wondering if you read it in Russian or English.
I'm sure it was in the Russian. Or
but his
in
English
the
is so
German.
perfect. I mean,
Well, the English versions aren't really that good to begin with. I've always been told by people who speak German that it's
really
much better in the German.
Oh, so maybe you would like it after all.
Except I don't speak German.
And we do have Hikaru Nakamura with us to share his thoughts on today's games and no doubt middle game books.
Hikaru Nakamura, after an eventful draw today, it looked like you were trying to get a hold of him. You played this move, Knight ED7. First, let's just talk about that move itself. What was your impression when it came on the board?
I was surprised. I mean, Peter's never played Knight takes E5 to begin with, but I won a game in this variation against Levon. I think it actually was the first Sinquefield Cup the year that it was just Magnus, Levon, myself, and Goddess. So I was a little bit surprised by it, but I was just trying to remember what the main ideas were. And I thought I played reasonably well. It's just a normal position in the middle game. I think Peter was trying to be a little bit too active. Perhaps he overestimated his chances, especially around this point after D5 takes Knight F1. I mean, it's objectively completely equal, but I think White is for choice because it's a little bit easier to play. I mean, White's ideas are simpler. I mean, you put a bishop on A3 or F4, you play Knight E3, Knight F5. And Black has these pieces in the center that really it's not clear what the best placement is. So, I mean, that's,
Right, so you got then what looked like a pleasant edge with Bishop E4 hitting pawns. What about now you're thinking win the game?
I mean, that would be really nice. No, I mean, Peter likes to do this in general where he gives up material for dynamic play. And I mean, as it turns out, it's probably completely fine, but I mean, it is a little bit dangerous because here Black is a nice knight, but I mean, White does have an extra pawn, and the knight on E3 is perfectly placed here for H4, G4, H5 ideas, or even F4, F5, and maybe some F6 pawn sack. So Peter had to be pretty active, and he found the best moves more or less, I think. Although it was pretty dangerous, I think, at least for a human over the board. This position after G6. I mean, somewhere around here, I was quite optimistic that I would at least get some chances, because Peter was getting a little bit low on time, and yeah, I thought somewhere around here there had to be chances, but I mean, obviously, I've had some time to look at it now, and it turns out there's nothing really special. I mean, I could have gotten some endgame where I was up a pawn probably, but I mean, it was never going to be winning, that's for sure.
So it sounds like you're not that disappointed in the result.
I mean, I'm not disappointed in the result. I mean, having seen what happened, but yeah, it would have been nice to have perhaps pressed a little bit more, but you know, that's how it goes.
Quick question on middle game books. We've asked all the players. Anyone that strikes you as something that influenced you as a young player, something that you really feel like this was a special book you read, or gave you ideas that you may have not thought about before?
I mean, I'm sure there certainly are some books, but off the top of my head, nothing's. You know, I'm drawing a blank. So.
No, My Systems or Zurich 1953 or
I mean,
one of Jonathan Rowson's
that's from a different lifetime ago. I mean, I think the thing is, like, Rowson, even when he was publishing, I mean, I already, I think, was close to GM strength. So, I mean, I could have, I think I read some of his books, or at least portions of them, but never anything substantial. And, you know, My System, that's, I mean, like I said, that's, I think I looked at that book when I was like maybe 9 or 10. I mean, and it's just different lifetime ago, and I probably have forgotten everything that was in it.
So I'm trying to prod you somehow. I mean, your stepdad's a great teacher. He didn't give you any classic book you remember saying, "Thanks, Dad, I appreciate this one"?
I mean, maybe there's something like The Art of Attack, but that's, I don't know if I would call that a middle game book by Vukovic. That's probably the only one that comes to mind.
That's a good one.
Obviously, there's there's the Kotov one.
Think Like a Grandmaster.
Yeah, exactly. Think like Grandmaster. But I mean, again, these are. I don't know if I would classify these as middle game books, but certainly those are two that come to mind. At least at the moment. I'm sure there are others, but you know, we're already talking like 15, 20 years ago, and I think there are other things that to think about these days.
You're not an old guy. You're still in your 20s.
Yeah, but I think all of us have been playing chess since we were like 5 or 6. I mean, I started when I was 7, but we've all been playing so long that it's like a different lifetime ago.
Incredible, the experience as a young player. You play one Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces in the next couple of days. What can we expect from that game?
I mean, it's hard to know. I feel like, you know, I felt that out of all the people here, at least prior to the last maybe 15 moves of this game yesterday, that Magnus was the only person who I thought was playing good chess. And then I mean, he had this horrible disaster, but I mean, he played quite well against Wesley today. So obviously he's in the hunt. But yeah, I'll just try and play well. You know, I've done well against him the last 2 times with black, so hopefully I can keep the trend going and hopefully, you know, do something in my remaining games.
All right, we wish the best for you and have an enjoyable rest day.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Hikaru. Thank you, Maurice. And let me just get there in the discussion. Middle game books, that's a hard one to define. For me, I love game collections. I love going through the entire game. You've heard my 60 memorable. Hikaru on the way out the door said my 60 memorable games. Game collections. I love the 2 volumes by Alexander Alekhine. I love Smyslov's Best Games. Bobby Fischer, my 60 memorable games. I like Vladimir Kramnik's. I like the books of Gary Kasparov. Gary's
My Great Predecessors.
My Great Predecessors.
Wonderful.
But I was thinking more about his Test of Time and his World Championship match that he had with Karpov books.
One thing, I loved studying the games of the Polgar sisters, particularly Judith, when I was coming up, and I noticed that she recently came out with a collection of games.
Wonderful.
And they're really good.
Marvelous annotations. They really bring the game to life.
Yeah, so I definitely recommend that, especially for a present for a young girl who's getting better.
Book.
Not just a girl.
Or guys, of course.
I'll tell you another book I
great
was
books.
very, very impressed with, which was the collection of Kostanyuk. I learned a lot about
Which
her.
one? Was that the old book, Diary of the Chess, How I Became a Grandmaster? Or is Diary of a Chess Queen?
I think it was the Diary of a Chess
Queen.
And I really got drawn into her life story and how she developed. And the way she annotated the games, it was so very personable and charming. And of course, Michael Tall. Michael Tall's my favorite.
Yeah, and Marisa often mentions that book in response to people asking about attacking games. So Judith Polgar, Mikhail Tal, but I got to put you on the spot, Yasser, because we were so busy with the games, and since we're ending a little early today, the Bobby Fischer story, you don't want to leave the viewers hanging. Tell us that.
So here's the thing. Now, imagine you had the opportunity, somebody said to you, how would you like to study with Bobby Fischer? Well, your answer would be, I'd be thrilled. It would be heaven. But what's the downside of studying with Bobby Fischer? What could be the potential downside? Well, I'll tell you the story. It comes to me from Robert Byrne. Robert Byrne was explaining to me that the U.S. Olympic team was in Cuba, and that his favorite thing after the round was over was to rush to the suite of Bobby Fischer, where Bobby held court and the whole U.S. team would sit around as Bobby would go through the games. So Bobby was explaining the game, and then he said, to quote Bobby, the pizza played this move, a derogatory comment about his opponent. The pizza played this move. And Bobby started to laugh, and then he started laughing more and more and more, and eventually he fell off his seat, holding his tummy, writhing on the floor, laughing out loud about the move his opponent had played. Now, you had 5 grandmasters looking over the board, desperately searching as to what was wrong with the move, because none of them wanted to think that Bobby would think of them as weak potzers or weak players, and they didn't understand what was wrong with this move. Byrne said, I was the first to find it, and I started nervously laughing and joining Bobby, and then soon everybody saw the move. But it was this enormous sense of relief that
you weren't pizza also.
that he wasn't a pizza also. But Bobby Fischer, and I analyzed
and how old
with
was
Bobby.
He then?
This was Robert Byrne in the Olympics that was played in Cuba. I think it was 66. So I don't know the ages of the players. Robert Byrne was considerably older than Bobby Fischer. But I just love the story of, Bobby laughing and everybody nervously wanting to join him, but not knowing what the mistake was all about.
Oh, yeah, I think a lot of people can relate to that story. Laughing because you're supposed to get the joke,
Right.
even though you haven't gotten it yet.
Right.
It makes a lot of sense. Laughter is contagious. But as we wrap up the round 5 of the Sinquefield Cup, we'll go to Maurice Ashley for his final thoughts.
Well, one thing that comes across very strongly from the answers by the players is that game collections matter. You go over the games of the great players. We have such a rich heritage in chess, and you've got to go over complete games. It's not about just the opening. It's not about the middle game. It's about the end game. It's about how the great players from the past handle the entire game in all its phases. And one player who has had tremendous games, and you can study his game collection as well, is Vishwanathan Anand, who played a simple pearl, a jewel today for all of us to enjoy. Beautiful sacrificial game that's put him within striking distance of first place. So we get a chance to witness history in the making. What a great job to be able to watch these great geniuses produce masterpieces that will stand the test of time. And there's more. 4 more rounds to go, and we get a chance to rest. We look forward to coming back and seeing you guys here. We'll be here for sure as this Sinquefield Cup is just heating up.
Thank you, Maurice. We'll be back on Tuesday, Jennifer.
That's right, everybody. Enjoy your rest day. Maybe study a few games collections. Judah Polgar, Mikhail Tal, 60 Memorable if you haven't heard it.
Bobby Fischer.
And then join us again on Tuesday at the regular time, which is 12:50 here in St. Louis and 1:50 in Eastern.